It's mathambo
ungithoba mathambo ngiphelenya ungiyengile ngayengela
ngisothandweni
moyo ngcwele
uthando lwakho
luyangengama
lungithoba mathambo ngiphelenya ungiyengela ngisothandweni moya uthando lwakho lungithoba mathambo ngiphelenya ungiyengela ngisothandweni
moyo ngcwele
ngiyaligaxa lolucu moyo ngcwele ngiyakuthanda ngenhliziyo yami yonke uyisithandwa somphefumulo wami ngisothandweni moyo ngcwele sothandweni sothandweni awu ngiyakuthanda moya ngiyakuthanda moya ngcwele ngahluleka sothandweni moya uthando ngiyaliphonsa ithawula moyo ngcwele ngisothandweni moya I'm in love with you, Lord. I'm in love with you, Lord. Sothandweni moya sothandweni moya
nane ke motshepa ke le ke moruti ke moromiwa wa modimo ke moporofeta kgante ke ikhura ka lefela la mafela fela kgante ba jang baruti bana
Good morning. Can we have another 10 minutes and wait for those people who are still registering? You are not audible.
Sanibonani. Sizocela ukuthi silinde nje imizuzwana elishumi ngaphambi kokuthi siqale silinde laba basabhalisa ngaphandle. Siyabonga.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. The spot. Don't check the monitor. Monitor stage. Monitor. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2. 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 2, 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2, 2, 1, 2. On. Uyandiva? Iyavakala? Sentroy uyandiva ngoxa ndithetha ngemic? Okay.
Two, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Spojalo.
Thank you very much. I understand there's been some confusion here. Those that are officials must get a different sticker from the yellow one.
Sanibonani, ngiyezwa ukuthi ngathi kunokudideka la, kodwa ke abangabasebenzi noma sebenzi saseParliament noma ama officials bacela ukuthi bafakwe itika lezi ezumbalo ohlukile.
So if there are any officials who have got the yellow sticker, may they please return it and get, is it pink?
Uma ngabe kukhona ke lapha abangabasebenzi abasebenzela iminyango ehlukahlukene abafake itika eziphuzi noma eziyellow bacela ukuthi bafake ezipink.
Yeah, because it's going to cause confusion in checking the people who attended as citizens.
Ngoba lokho ke kuzobanga ukudideka uma ngabe sekubalwa isibalo sabantu abahambele lo mhlangano abayizakhamuzi zezwe. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much
Siyabonga kakhulu.
and good morning again.
Ngiphinde nginibingelele futhi.
I think we can now start.
Ngicabanga ukuthi sesingaqala
We start with the national anthem.
sizoqala ngokuthi siculeke iculo lesizwe.
Can we all stand up?
Ngizocela sisukume sonke.
Thank you very much. Maybe let's start by introducing ourselves.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sizocela ukuthi siqale ngokuthi sizethule.
We have got our interpreters on my left there.
Sinabasiza ngokutolika kwesokunxele sami.
Everyone is free to use any language that the person feels comfortable in.
Abakhona ke banelungelo bangakhuleka bakhulume ulimi lwabo lwebele abafisa ukukhuluma ngalo.
As long as it's a South African language.
Inqobo nje mokuwulimi lwaseNingizimu Afrika.
And on my right, we have got our officials there.
Ngakwesokudla ke kukhona ke nabayizisebenzi zaseParliamente.
If there's anybody who has got a written submission, they can submit it to the secretariat.
Uma ke kukhona abanezethulo abafisa ukuzenza ezibhalwe phansi ngazisa ke kulela tafula lalaba ababizwa ngesecretariat.
My name is Jerome Make. I'm the chairperson of this ad hoc committee.
Igama lami ke nguJerome Make owusihlalo waleli committee lesikashana.
Sanbonani, Dumelang, good morning. I'm Teboho Loate, a member of this committee.
Sanbonani nguteboholwate oyilungu laleli committee.
Thobela, nna ka lebitso ke Thaboga Mmutle, moleloko wa committee.
Sanbonani nguThabo Mutle nawe oyilungu laleli committee.
Hello to you all. I'm Diane Kohler-Barnard. I'm a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and this ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Sanbonani nginguDiane Kohler oyilungu le committee lezomhloli oyilungu laleli committee lesikashana futhi.
Morning, everybody. My name is Dirk Stubbe and I'm a member of the ad hoc committee.
Sanbonani ke mina nginguDerek Stubbe nami oyilungu laleli committee lesikashana.
Sanbonani, igama ubheki, isibongo uHadebe ilungu le committee.
Good morning, my name is Peggy Hadebe, also a member of this committee.
I will then ask the member of the municipality here to welcome every one of us before we start.
Bengicela ke omele umasipala wala ekhaya ukuthi azosamukela ngaphambi kokuthi ke siqale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ke sihlalo.
Greetings to yourself and your other committee members,
Nginibingelele ke sihlalo nekomiti lakho.
and special greetings to all the residents of eThekwini who are here with us.
Ngibingelele ngokukhethekile ke izakhamuzi zaseThekwini.
Yeah, and all the
Ezinathi lapha.
distinguished guests who are here.
Nezimenywa ke ezikhona isicukuthwane ezikhona.
Siyanibingelela nonke sanibona.
Good morning to you all.
I would like to start by sending the mayor's humblest apology. These remarks that I was given here are written remarks by eThekwini mayor, who I am not, definitely, who was supposed to be here this morning, but due to other prior commitments, he could not be here.
Ngizoqala ke ngokucela ukuxolisela ke umeya wedolobha ongakwazanga ukuthi abe nathi kodwa ke ungithumelele okubhaliwe lapha amazwi akhe akuwona awami.
Yeah, so if I say anything, don't quote me, quote the mayor.
Uma kukhona ke ngikusho ningathi kushiwo yimi nithi kushiwo yimeya.
So I won't be held accountable, Chair.
Ngakho ke angeke ngize ngilwisele lokho noma kuxatanwe nami.
That's on a lighter note.
Ngiyancokola nje ngalokho.
Now, I asked the local councillor here, Councillor Hector, why is it dividing the people with those chairs?
Ngibuze ke ikhansela lendawo ukuthi kungani ukhansela uHector ukuthi kungani ehlukanisa abantu ngalezi azihlalo ezilapha phakathi nendawo.
Because generally in council, we sit across each other. And
Go-
there is no dividing line like that.
Ngoba uma sihlele emkhandlweni ke siyahlala sibhekane ngeziqu zamehlo akubi khona okusihlukanisayo.
So I was saying, is there something controversial about this bill?
Ngibona ukuthi kusho ukuthi khona ukushaya amanzi ngalomthetho sivivinyo.
Yeah, but I was just joking with him.
Kodwa ke ngiyazincokolela bakwethu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very delighted as a people of eThekwini to have this opportunity to contribute to this important parliamentary process.
Bakwethu sithokoza nentokozo enkulu njengezakhamizi zaseThekwini ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola ithuba lokuthi sibe nezimvo esizibekayo kulolu hlelo leParliament.
More importantly, we recognize the crucial role that intelligence plays in protecting the citizens of this country from both internal and external threats.
Futhi ke siyaqonda ukubaleka kwezomhloli ekuvikeleni izwe ezingozini ezingaba khona ezingaba ezasekhaya noma ngaphandle.
Therefore, on behalf of the people of eThekwini, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to all the committee members and commend the National Parliament for embarking on this process and for choosing the city of eThekwini to ensure that you continue to be a truly people's assembly. And also, Chair, I think this particular element of public participation is seriously underscored because Parliament should be entrenched in a process of public participation. And your committee and committees similar to yourselves are doing exactly that. Yesterday that you were at Richards Bay doing the same thing. And for that we want to commend you because you are remaining a truly people's assembly.
Siyabonga kakhulu siyathokozela futhi ukuthi iParliament elikhethe idolobha laseThekwini ukuthi nalo likwazi ukuthi libambe iqhaza kulolu hlelo futhi ke sihlalo ngicela ukuthi ngilibonge ikomiti neParliament ejikelele ngokuthi livumele noma lenze uhlelo lokuthi abantu bakwazi babambe iqhaza ezintweni eziphathelene nezakhamuzi zezwe. Siyitheku ke siyabonga kakhulu futhi siyathokoza ngaleli thuba lokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibeke imbono yethu ngokwalomthetho sivivinyo. Siyazi ukuthi benise Richards Bay izolo nenza lo msebenzi okuyinkomba ukuthi niParliament eligxile kakhulu ekusebenzisaneni nemiphakathi.
Outreach programs like today demonstrate how far we have come as a country from the dark days of brutal and undemocratic apartheid government to an accessible and a people-centered government.
Njoba sihlangene namhlanje lokhu kuyinkomba yokuthi sesasuka endleleni yobandlululo le eyayinencindezelo sesisendleleni manje enentando yeningi yahulumeni ogxile kubantu.
Chair and committee members, we want to assure you that you have our full support.
Sihlalo nekomiti lakho sifuna ke ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi siyaneseka ngokuphelele.
And we want to ensure you that we recognize that your work will enhance the security of this country and secure the future of our children.
Futhi siyavuma siyaqinisekisa ukuthi umsebenzi wenu uzokwenza umehluko omkhulu kwezokuphepha ezweni jikelele.
It is then our hope that the community will take full advantage of this opportunity and come out in numbers to contribute, as they have come out in numbers today. You see in this hall is being packed.
Futhi ke sinethemba ukuthi umphakathi uzolisebenzisa kakhulu leli thuba ukuthi wenze izethulo njengoba bephume ngobuningi babo nje sibabona namuhla.
Yes, and we hope that community members are going to participate actively and use this opportunity to the fullest.
Futhi sithemba ukuthi amalungu omphakathi azobamba iqhaza elibonakalayo noma elikhulu ukuze kwazi ukuthi kuqhubeke lolu hlelo lwanamuhla.
Yes, we agree that our view that our intelligence posture should be based on the promotion of peace, stability, development, and progress rather than choosing a destructive approach which seeks to coerce and dominate.
Futhi ke sinenkolelo ukuthi ezobunhloli funeka zisetshenziselwe ukuthi zikhuthaze ezokuthula nezokuphepha hayi ukuthi zisetshenziselwe ukuthi ziphathe noma zicindezele abanye.
Yes, we are very encouraged and proud of our stance taken by our ANC government to use our influence to promote positive change in the world.
Futhi ke siyasithanda ke isinyathelo noma umbono wenhlangano ebusayo ANC yethu ukuthi kuzanywe ukuthi kuqhutshwe isimo sokusebenza lapho kunenqubekela phambili khona.
Yes. South Africa's active engagement on global forums continue to promote peace and stability around the world.
Futhi ke iningizimu Afrika iyaqhubeka nokusebenza einhlakeni ehlukahlukene zomhlaba ukuthi kukhuthazwe ukuthula emhlabeni jikelele.
Whether we are sending the military to keep peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Mozambique, or take a stand against the brutality meted on the people of Palestine, ours is always influenced by our commitment to justice.
Lokhu kuthula ke sikwenza ukuthi sithumele sithumele amasosha endaweni efana nako DRC noma ke siphinde silwe nokucindezelwa noma ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantu okwenzeka ke ePalestine.
Chair, as a city that believes in the usage of data, we believe that we need to ensure that our data collection and data retention systems are always kept in place.
Futhi ke njengoba thina singabantu abakholelwaekusetshenzisweni kwemininingo lokabathi data sicabanga ukuthi inhlelo zethu zokusebenzisa ke imininingo noma idata kufanele zibe sezingeni elifanele.
Because through data you then are able to develop this country in an insightful manner.
Ngoba ke ngayo lemininingo noma idata ukwazi ukuthi ke uthuthukise izwe ngendlela ehamba kahle noma enenqubekela phambili.
And without intelligence there is no development.
Kanti futhi ngaphandle kwezobunhloli ayikho intuthuko.
We are confident that the final document will reflect the country's common belief that we can use intelligence to promote peace and stability.
Futhi sinenkolelo ukuthi ke umthetho ozogcina uphasile uzobe usweseka ezokuthula futhi nenqubekela phambili.
With these brief remarks, we want to welcome you to this beautiful city of eThekwini. Don't worry about the warmth. It's the warmest city in the whole country. So the people are warm, the city is warm, the place is warm. So we welcome you with our warmth and we wish you all the best in the engagements. I thank you.
Ngalamazwi ke ambalwa ngicela ukuthi nginamukele ke edolobheni elihle ezweni elifudumele sinamukela ngemfudumalo abantu bakhona la banemfudumalo nabo ningakhathazeki nje ngemfudumalo into yethu siyanamukela ngalamazwi ambalwa siyabonga.
Thank you very much. We are going to start by explaining why we are here.
Siyabonga kakhulu sizoqala ke ngokuthi sichaze ukuthi ngani silapha
and give an overview of the bill itself and what we expect people to do in their participation.
Bese sinikeza incazelo efingqiwe ngomthetho sivivinywa nokuthi kubaleke ngani ukuthi ke nibambe iqhaza.
I will therefore give to my colleague to explain all that I've just said.
Ngizonikeza uzakwethu ukuthi athi kusinikeza incazelo ngaloko ekade ngikusho.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngicela siqale ngokuhalalisela iqembu lethu lesizwe iBafana Bafana ngokuthola indondo yethusi izolo.
May we start by applauding our national team Bafana Bafana for getting the bronze medal yesterday.
So I'm just making a disclaimer so that you understand that I slept late last night.
Ngikusho lokhu ngoba nako ngizama ukuthi ningixolele ukuthi ngilale emva kwesikhathi izolo sekulethe sabi kakhulu isikhathi.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. My role is to explain and give a clear, brief summary about why we are here.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo ke owami umsebenzi ukuthi ngethule isifingo noma inkulumo efingqiwe mayelana nomthetho sivivinywa nokuthi kungani silapha.
We are here because of the public hearing on the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, in short, GLAB.
Silapha ke ngoba sizolalela izimvo zomphakathi mayelana nomthetho sivivinywa olawula ezobunhloli noma obizwa phecelezi iGLAB.
We are here because there are shortcomings in our intelligence services in the country, and the bill aims to address those shortcomings.
Silapha ke ngoba sithole ukuthi kunezinkinga ezikhona emkhakheni wezobunhloli zezwe ngakho ke silapha ke ukuthi so lo mthetho sivivinywa ubekelwe ukuthi uzolungisa ke lezo zinkinga.
If I were to go back in 2009, the intelligence services in the country were restructured using the presidential proclamation.
Uma ngabuyela nje kunyaka ka 2009 ezomhloli ezweni zahlelwa kabusha kusetshenziswa ke umthetho owawushawe ngokukamongameli.
Back then we had the National Intelligence Agency called NIA.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasinaloko abathi National Intelligence Agency iNIA.
That agency was amalgamated with the South African Secret Services and into one agency called State Security Agency, SSA.
iNIA ke yahlanganiswa ngaleso sikhathi ne South African Secret Services kwase kuba khona ke lo abathi SSA Secret
SSA Security Agency.
State Security Agency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that process of establishing the State Security Agency through a presidential proclamation was found to be irregular, meaning it was against the law and the constitution.
Lokhu kuhlelwa kabusha ke kwalezi inhlaka okwenzeka ngo2009 kwatholakala ukuthi kwangahambisani nomthetho futhi kwakuphambene nomthetho sisekelo.
The constitution states in section 199 that the president can only establish intelligence services through a legislation.
Umthetho sisekelo kubeka ngokwesigaba 199 ukuthi umongameli ukwazi ukuthi aqale noma asungule inhlaka ezobunhloli ngokweshawa komthetho.
There were attempts to rectify this through the amendments of the legislation. However, the challenges that resulted from amalgamation continued.
Kwaba ke neindlela ezazi ukuthi kwenziwe izinguquko noma kwenziwe isichibiyelo kumthetho kodwa ke kwaba nezinkinga ezavimbela ukuthi kugcina lokuqhubeka.
This led to the president to establish a high-level review panel on the State Security Agency in 2018.
Lokhu kwaholela ukuthi ngo2018 umongameli wezwe asungule ithimba ke lokubuyekeza noma i-high level review panel ukuze libheke lo msebenzi.
That panel made some few recommendations, and all those recommendations were adopted.
Leli thimba ke lenza ke iziphakamiso ezithize noma izincomo zonke ke lezo zincomo noma iziphakamiso zamukelwa.
Which is why we are here today to implement the recommendations on the high-level review panel report.
Okungakho ke silapha namuhla ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhubeke nokusebenza ngezincomo ezazenziwe yileli thimba lababuyekeza i-high level review panel ngokombiko.
We're also here to implement some of the Zondo Commission recommendations.
Kanti futhi ke sizosebenza nange izincomo ze-commissioner kaZondo, iZondo Commission.
We're also here to implement the Constitutional Court judging on bulk interception.
Kanti futhi sizosebenza futhi ke ngoba sithunywe na isinqumo noma isahlulelo somthetho senkantolo yomthetho sisekelo mayelana nokusetshenziswa ke kwemniningo nomniningwane eminingi emkhulu kakhulu.
Now, let me tell you about the purpose of the bill and the objectives of the bill so that we all have a common understanding.
Ake ngithi ukuchaza ke ngempokophelo noma ngenhloso ke yomthethosivivinyo ukuze sonke soba nokuqonda okufanayo.
The bill aims to professionalize the intelligence services that will respect and uphold the constitution.
Umthethosivivinyo ke uhlose ukuthi uthathe ezobunhloli uzibeke ezingweni eliphezulu lokusebenza ngokuhambelana ke nokumiswe umthethosisekelo.
Some of the findings in the high-level review panel said there was compromised when it comes to accountability for years.
Okunye kwatholwa ke ithimba lababuyekezi ukuthi kwakhona ukungasebenzi kahle uma ngabe sekukhulunywa ngaloko abathi izibopho kubika noma iaccountability okade kwakwenzeka iminyaka eminingi.
So when accountability is compromised, ngesizulu ke sithi kwamagida sibhekane kwampunza edlemini okwavula zibuqe.
Uma ngabe ke izibopho kubika noma iaccountability ingekho endaweni ke kube isimo where in isiZulu we say everybody does as they please.
So this bill aims to re-establish accountability in the intelligence services in the country.
Ngakho ke lo mthethosivivinywa uzoqinisekisa noma uzoqinisa okwezibopho kubika noma accountability emkhakheni wezobunhloli.
The bill also aims to amend and explicitly deal with illegal orders
Futhi lo mthethosivivinywa uzobheka ukuthi futhi ke kuqinisekisa ukuthi akwenzeki lokho abathi ama illegal orders
and the processes of dealing with those illegal orders, and also make it a criminal offense to issue or to carry out such illegal orders.
kanti futhi umthethosivivinywa ubeke lokhu uzobhekelela ukuthi labo abakhipha leyo myalelo engekho emthethweni lokho abathi ama illegal orders babhekane nezinyathelo zomthetho.
The bill also aims to review the powers of the minister to ensure that there is no interference in the administration and the operations of the services.
Kanti futhi umthethosivivinywa uzobheka ke nokusebenza uhlela ukubhekelela ukusebenza kwamandla ngqongqoshe sorry ukuthi akwazi ukuthi asebenze ngokuyinhlelo ezibekiwe zokusebenza kweoffice lakhe.
We also have what we call the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, in short, NICOC.
Kanti ke futhi ke sibhekena nokuthi kube khona ke ukusebenza koloko abathi National Intelligence Committee NICOC.
So the bill proposes that NICOC should be relocated to the presidency.
Kanti ke umthethosivivinywa uphakamisa ukuthi ke leli committee libuyiselwe ke ngaphansi kukamongameli kweoffice lika umongameli.
Some of the main objectives are the following. One, we want to amend 3 key legislations.
Ezinye zezinhloso ke ezibalekile ngalo mthethosivivinywa yilezi sifuna ukuthi siguqule noma imithetho emithathu ebalekile.
Those legislation are as follows: the National Strategic Intelligence Act,
okuyi National Strategic Intelligence Act,
the Intelligence Services Act,
the Intelligence Services Act,
the Intelligence Services Oversight Act.
the Intelligence Services Oversight Act.
Now, through these amendments, we want to achieve the following. One,
Ngalesichibiyelo ke sifuna ukuthi sizuze lokho noma sithole lokho okokuqala
we want to undo the establishment of the State Security Agency.
sifuna ke ukuguqula ukusungula kwe-State Security Agency.
We want to establish South African Intelligence Academy that will focus on domestic affairs.
Sifuna ukuqala kohlaka lwe-South African Intelligence Academy oluzobheka ke zonke izindaba zobunhloli eNingizimu Afrika.
The bill also aims at establishing the South African Intelligence Services to respond to foreign intelligence gathering.
Kanti futhi ke umthethosivivinywa ubheka ukuthi kusungulwe i-South African Intelligence Services ezobheka ke ezobunhloli ngaphandle kwezwe.
The bill aims at re-establishing the South African National Academy of Intelligence, which will be responsible for intelligence training.
Kanti futhi sifuna ukusungula uhlaka lezokuqeqesha i-South African National Intelligence Academy ezobhekelela ukuqeqeshwa kwalabo abasebenza ngaphansi kwezomhloli.
The bill also aims to provide legislative mandate for bulk interception as per the Constitutional Court judgment.
Kanti futhi ke umthethosivivinywa ufuna ukuthi uzame ukuthi ulungise ukutholakala ke kwemininingo emkhulu noma bathi bulk ukuze uma ngabe kwenziwa umsebenzi womhloli benzeke ngendlela efanele.
For those of us who are highly active on social media, the bill also provide for the regulation of cybersecurity, protection of information and intelligence.
Kanti futhi nathi ke esisebenza kakhulu einkundleni zokuxhumana laba bathi social media umthethosivivinywa ke ubhekelele ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uvikele ukusetshenziswa noma ubungozi obungaba khona ngokuthi kube khona lokho abathi i cyber security threats noma ukungenelela kwabantu abagangayo kwezobuchwepheshe.
Ngizamile ke ukuthi ngisummarize ukwenzela ukuthi sonke uma sikhuluma sibe nolwazi ukuthi sikhulumela phezukwani.
I tried to summarize everything so that we all have a clear picture and the same picture at least about what is being discussed today.
Owami umsebenzi uphelile ngizothatha intambo ngiyibusele kusihlalo wekomiti.
My work is now done. I'm going to pass the mic back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we now have an understanding of what the bill is all about.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngoba sonke ke sesinokuqonda okungcono ukuthi umthethosivivinywa ukhuluma ngani.
I'm then going to explain the procedures for making submissions.
Ngizochaza inqubo elandela ukuze abantu beze izethulo.
All contributions are significant and hold value.
Zonke ke izethulo zibalekile futhi ziyigugu kakhulu.
However, to enhance the overall process, we kindly ask all participants to adhere to a specific protocol.
Kodwa ke ukuze uhlelo lwethu luhambe kahle, cela ukuthi sonke silandele inqubo ebekiwe.
If you wish to submit, please raise your hand.
Uma ke ufuna ukwenza noma uthanda ukwenza isethulo uzocela ukuthi uphakamise isandla.
Raised hands will be acknowledged and assigned a number.
Izandla ke esiphakanyisiwe izobe ke sezizamukelwa bese ke zinikezwa inombolo.
A maximum of 10 participants will be accommodated in each round to ensure smooth proceedings.
Sizoba namahlandla ahlukahlukene kodwa ke kuzothathwa izandla ezilishumi ihlandlo ngalinye.
Upon receiving your assigned number, please take a seat in the designated chairs according to the numerical order, which are the chairs that are there.
Uma ke usunikezwe inombolo yakho sizocela ukuthi uhlale ke la ozokhonjiswa khona kulezi sihlalo esibekiwe lapha ngokulandelana kwezinombolo.
Each participant is allotted 3 minutes to present their submission in a language of their preference.
Umuntu ngamunye ke unikezwe imizuzu emithathu ukuthi enze isithulo sakhe ngolimi lwakhe lwebele.
Participants with written submissions are encouraged to submit them to the secretariat team that I said are on my right.
Uma kukhona ke abenza izithulo ezibhaliwe bangazithumela etafuleni le-secretariat elingapha njengade nginikhombisile ekuqaleni.
I think our councillor now understand the border that was done by the chairs.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ikhansela lethu selinokuqonda ukuthi bekungani kunalo mngcele abekhuluma ngawo ekuqaleni.
The ad hoc committee wishes to thank everyone present for taking the time to take part in this public participation process on the GLAP 2023.
Kanti futhi ke sithanda ukubonga njengekomiti ukuthi nize nizobamba iqhaza kulomthethosivivinywa we-GLAP wango-2023.
Your input will contribute to a well-balanced and thoroughly consulted law that seeks to improve South Africa's intelligence services.
Izethulo zenu ke zizonothisa umthethosivivinywa ube umthetho ozokwazi ukuthi ubhekelele zonke izinselelo ezingaba khona kwezomhlolo eNingizimu Afrika.
We will also request that maybe if we could focus on the bill before us,
Ngizocela ke futhi ukuthi sigxile kumthethosivivinywa lo esibhekene nawo namuhla.
because we've got a tendency of loading everything that we need to say Because people usually say, we don't usually see parliament, we want to tell them everything that we had.
Ngoba ke kube nesimo la abantu bevele bathathe basho konke okuseyinhlizweni zabo kanti bekuthatha lo ekuthenini bathi abajwayele ukulibona iParliament ngoba bafuna ukulitshela ngayo yonke into.
And maybe if we could try and respect the 3 minutes that is given to each participant.
Ngizocela futhi ukuthi sizame ukuthi sihloniphe ke imizuzu le emithathu enikezwe umuntu ngamunye.
Thank you very much. I think we can start.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi sesingaqala ke siphakamise izandla.
Any hands? Number 1, the lady there in gray. Number 2, the gentleman in green or in blue. Number 4, the gentleman here up front. Number 5, you can move to this. Number 6, waiting for number 7.
Sesilindelwe isikhombisa manje.
Still waiting. Number 7. We've got our number 7 there, number 8. Do I see a number 8 somewhere? They will definitely. Number 8 there. Do we have our number 9? Number 9? If we don't have our number 9, I think we will throw our councillor under the bus. If he has got any contribution, he will be number 9. But you can have a seat where you are. Number 10. Do I see a number 10?
Ukhona oweshumi.
Okay, then we can start.
Sesingaqala.
Okay. Ngiyabulabula ngiyaqala. Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Okhulumayo uNtombizeni Ngcobo.
I am Ntombizeni Ngcobo.
Unobhala ka Ward Committee e Ward 84.
Ward Committee Secretary in Ward 84.
Okay, oqala ngizobonga nje ngincome i-intelligent committee elana ngokuzo amenda le bill yabo.
May I first start by acknowledging and appreciating the ad hoc committee for the initiative to amend the said bill.
Yes, because la uma ngibona ithiwa yaphasiswa ngo-2018 but ngo-2022 sibe nomlutho eSouth Africa okhombisayo ukuthi ke kwakuphasiswe into engasebenzi.
I see there was an intelligence law by 2018, but we had looting in 2021, which proves exactly that the intelligence is dysfunctional.
Okay, okunye futhi okukhulu kakhulu la eSouth Africa sinama drugs and drug lords of which they are not from South Africa. Ukuthi ngicela ukubuza ukuthi isebenza kanjani ke yona ke intelligent when it comes to drug lords nama drugs nje la eSouth Africa and nobugebengu, so intelligence isiza kanjani thina sabahlali lapho?
We got a big challenge in South Africa where we have an influx of drug abuse, drug lords in large numbers. We just want to know how is the Intelligence Act helping us in combating that.
Okay. Okunye la I believe ukuthi i-country ene secured communication is safe ebugebengwini, like cyber tracking and all that. So la kakhulukazi communication la kuma cell phone. Cell phone companies adayisa ama-SIM card angarekhiwe. Lokho kusibeka nje South Africa ebungozini obukhulu. So intelligence ingena kanjani lapho?
I just want to know how far will Intelligence Act assist us, or intelligence as an organism, assist us in cyber security? Because in South Africa, we've got a lot of cell phone companies who are selling unregistered or unrecorded SIM cards that exposes us as a country.
Yep. So la nikhulume ngokuthi ene kuzoba someone who will be accountable. Who is that somebody who will be accountable? Is it the president or the minister? Ngiyabonga.
I also need clarity on the last official to be accountable according to this bill. Will it be a minister or the president? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Greetings once again.
Siyanibingelela futhi.
I just have a few questions because my sister right there had covered some of them. I just want to check. We've had a number of sagas in terms of our intelligence that have never fit back with no decisive actions. I mean, we're speaking about a lot of things that are general. The monopoly capital in its nature, whether it's white or black, doesn't matter. The banks that have...
Sizwile izinto eziningi ezithinta intelligence sayibuza kodwa sangathola incazelo noma ebuyayo kithi ziningi izinto ezidinga intelligence noma ezobunhloli njengama bank ukuthi aphethwe abathize.
Do I hear some noise? Can we please give the speaker a chance to give his input, please?
So cela sehlise nomsindo sinikeze ithuba isikhuluma ukuthi simuzwe ukuthi uthini.
There has been a recent manipulation of the rand. We've got that intel, we've got that information, and we are just wanting to find out that the newly established the agencies that you want to establish isn't going to be difficult to make them account in terms of the bureaucracy that is being introduced right now, with not a very central command or a single person that can be accountable for that.
Siqeda kuzwa nje ukuthi khona abathile ebebezibambele ukuthi imandla erandi ethu lehla kangakanani noma liphakama kangakanani, kodwa asizi ukuthi balandelewe kangakanani babanjwa na. Esifisa ukwazi ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo manje uzosiza yini ulandela abantu bazochaza.
We've had a recent participation of a fraudulent act of the gold mafia that had implicated some of the very...
Before you continue,
Yes.
I might have forgotten, but I don't remember you introducing yourself.
Ngikhohliwe mhlambe ukusho ukuthi uma uze embhobheni uzisho igama lakho nesibongo.
My name is Nkululeko Mfeka from Ward 83.
Nkululeko Mfeka from Ward 83.
I was just asking about the recent participation of some very prominent leaders within our government in the gold mafia saga, in terms of how is the domestic intelligence agency and the foreign intelligence agency are going to assist in tracking that, finding the evidence and charging the people who are actually participating in the field of fraud.
Siqanda kuthola nje ukuthi kunezikhulu ezithile ezinye zikuhulumeni ezingxenye yabenza umshosha phansi abalawula igolide la eSouth Africa abayimafia yegolide. So sifusa ukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni wenzani noma lo mthetho wenzani ukuthi ulethe laba bantu bathobela umthetho.
Now, the looting that has recently actually struck our economy, especially in KZN, the people who have been captured are showing no signs of actually understanding the syndicate part of what had happened. But that thing looked very planned. And the people who are actually behind the planning, there isn't any chain of evidence and any chain of intelligence that is implicating the sources and the assets that were actually behind planning these things. So how is this structure and the re-establishment of the whole entire intelligence agency going to assist? Because we want something that is decisive, hold people accountable, and bring people into court so that we can have, because now they are actually challenging the peace of the
Ganjalo
country.
no Tutuva esabanalo ngo July 21. Siyabona ukuthi nabathila babanjwa. Esibona ukuthi la bantu abazilutho ngalolu Tutuva laba baboshiwe njengamanje. Kanti lo liyathuthuva luyacaca ukuthi laluhleliwe abathile abahlakaniphile abangabanikazi balo kodwa ababanjiwe bona. Kanjalo nezobunhloli zethu azisikhombisa ukuthi isukaphi lento yalothuthuva.
Okunye ukuthi sinenkinga ke manje. La sivele sifonelwe imshukarensi, sivele sifonelwe abantu abafonela thina, well thina siyazi njengentshe ukuthi kambe la sesiyaxoshwa. But they are actually calling even our parents. Babafuna ingcukaca zabo, they are being defrauded each and every day. Ila police asfo lento ye bulk interception ne bulk intelligence isebenza kanjani? It's regulation and deregulation of other institutions, because kudayiswa information yethu kulama institutions lawa, and we are not benefiting anything ngaleyo nto, but it's still being controlled under the surveillance of intelligence.
We would like the bulk interception to be addressed by this proposed bill, because we have a lot of our elderly people, a lot of people, in fact, every one of us are being called by these insurance companies, selling a lot of information, and some of this information is not clear to the elderly and the illiterate. So we're being taken advantage. So we wish that this proposed bill also protect the citizen from such vultures.
Le chilep les sacela ukuthi ishone phansi ifike kuma communities. There must be an established accountable structure that would account kule bureaucracy eniqalayo from as low as local level up to the parliamentary level. Nakhona kube nama beneficiaries okusebenza abazobanjwa bebe accountable if konke wrong eyenzeke at a local level, because lento ukuthi sinifide ngeinformation lapha phezulu ayisilekelini. Thank you very much.
We need this bill to address all sectors of the society, from the lowest in our localities right up to the higher echelons in parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Morning, Chair. Morning to all present.
Siyabingelela sihlalo nabo bonke abakhona.
Chair, as I start off, I just want to, I found it quite funny this morning when outside here, one of the official vehicles was parked in the disabled parking. And when I asked the officials,
Ngimangalileke kodwa ekseni sihlalo uma ngifika la ngibona omunye wezikhulu zeparlamente zibhake laphaya kwi parking yabantu abakhubazekile noma phila nokukhubazeka. Uma ngibuza ukuthi yini
and when I asked the officials why it was parked there, he said, no, they're members of parliament.
ngabuza ukuthi ubhakeleni lapha na, wathi hayi ngiyilunga leparlament.
But, okay. Thanks, Chair. But on a very serious note, my name is Gavin Hector. I stand in front of you as a very concerned citizen of this country.
Ngumnumzana Hector, ngingusakhamizi esikhathazekile ngalelizwe.
Okay, you know, I've been through this bill, this proposed amendment.
Singike ngayibheka le bill kanye nalo mthetho sivivinywa ohlongozwayo.
And I've picked up a number of things that are extremely concerning.
Ngibambe izinto ezimbalwa nje engibona ngathi ziyangikhathaza.
One of the main things is the definitions in the bill are far too vague.
Okokuqala nje incazo lapha kumthetho sivivinywa ochibiyelwayo ngathi awacacisi.
And it actually looks as though this is deliberate.
Futhi kubonakala ngathi lokungacacisi lokunanaza kuhlosiwe.
It honestly appears that no legal minds were behind the drafting.
Kuyabonisa ukuthi akusibona abantu abazumthetho abebeshiqilela lo mthetho sivivinywa.
It's as though there is a drive to clamp down on all of us giving unlimited powers of control.
Sibona la khona abanikezwayo amandla angakaliwe ukuthi babuse phezulu.
It looks as though everything that was demanded by the various people who looked into our intelligence structures has been ignored.
Sibona ngazuthi izinto ezishiwo abantu abathile ebebezama ukulungisa ezobunhloli ngathi aziqizwanga qakala.
In fact, it actually looks as though whoever drew this up read the findings and then did exactly the opposite.
Kubukeka ngazuthi obebebhala la uvele weza ukuthi izithini iphakamiso ngezobunhloli wayesenza okuphambene neziphakamiso.
The minister is actually given more, not fewer powers.
Umphathiswa unikezwa amandla angaphezulu hayi amandla amancane.
In the full acknowledgement that we had ministers acting as if they were some sort of 007.
Sike sabona impela omphathiswa esikhathini esedlule bezenza uJames Bond 007 ongqongqo.
We all remember the farce when one of those ministers put on a signal jammer to cut all communication during one State of the Nation address.
Sayikhumbula ngenye isona esake saba nawo la khona lo mphathiswa othile wavele wavimba ukuthi singabi khona ukuxhumana kwama cellphone eParliament.
This bill doesn't address those sort of abuses.
Lo mthetho sivivinywa ke awukhulumi ngqo nalezo zinto.
All around the world, we've seen political opponents attacked, accused, jailed, and here we are with changes that seem very threatening.
Siyabona emazweni angaphandle izitha ngokwepolitiki zithwesa amacala ziboshwa nala izweni lethu siyakubona kuyenzeka.
It seems you can be a threat to the state if you don't do something,
Kusobala mase kuyacaca ukuthi uma ungenzi okuthile uphenduka isitha sikahulumeni.
or omit to do something,
Noma mhlawumbe uzama ukwenza okuthile
or disagree with something,
noma uphikisa okuthile okwenziwa uhulumeni.
all of which could be determined to be a threat to the state.
Konke lokho kuthathwa sengazuthi hawu usuvukela umbuso.
Are we going to see the intelligence officers spying on innocent civilians, politicians, businesses?
Ngabe sizobona inhloli zizopopola lapha ukuthi senzane emzini yethu benzana osopolitiki swaphethe kanjani amabhizinisi ethu.
Yeah, the term potential opportunity to national security. What does this even mean?
Lamagama enwashilo potential to national security ukuthi into engazuthi inamandla ukuthi inganyakazisa ukuvikeleka kwezwe. Kusho ukuthini lokho? Mchazana.
It's a catch-all phrase being
Yabona-
used,
Yabona lelo gama nje liqokile lingasetshenziswa na kanjani.
being used when what it seems they really want to do is remove any restrictions they have on bugging the phones of virtually everyone at any time.
Lawo magama asetshenzisiwe anikeza igunya ukuthi amafoni ethu angavele nje ahlaselwe nilalele ukuthi sithini noma yisiphi isikhathi noma yinini.
They've been doing it for years illegally.
Sekwenziwe isikhathi eside ke lokho kungekho emthethweni.
But still, somehow, this didn't stop cash and transit house, riots, political murders. These aren't new. They've been going on for years.
Kodwa akuvinjwa ukubanjwa kwezimonto ezithwala imali, ukubulawa kwesopolitiki kanye nothuthuvo luba khona emphakathini inhloli zethu azikuvimbi konke lokho kudala kwenzeka.
What I see in this bill is giving unlimited powers to those, to those who the panels and Zondo Commission said basically should be behind bars.
Ngibona lo mthetho sivivinywa unikeza kakhulu amandla kuyithimba eliphethe.
What is in this bill is a move to give these same people who have looted millions
Ngibona lo mthetho sivivinywa unikeza amandla esebentshontshe izigidigidi zeimali.
to give them the right to turn around and make up accusations and throw them at anyone they please.
Lo mthetho sivivinyo uyonikeza igebengu eseyintshontshe igidi ukuthi zisebenzise lokhu kube umthetho ukujikisa ukhombisa abanye uthwesa abanye icala bese bayabosha labo bantu.
Just by saying they were thinking of doing something we didn't like sometime in the future.
Singavele sithi nje hayi laba bantu sibabophile bebecabanga ukwenza into ethile esingayithandi nayo bezoyenza kusasa.
The definitions are sometimes quite bizarre,
Incazo ezikhona la hayi ziyamangalisa.
such as the definitions for foreign and domestic intelligence.
Incazo efana nokuthi sizobhekela ezobunhloli ezweni lethu siphinde sibhekelele ezobunhloli kwamazwe angaphandle.
They allow those involved to do pretty much what they want and to, for example, gather information on something that is a threat to the country.
Lo mthetho sivivinyo unikeza amagunya abaphethe ukuthi bangenza noma yini bathole noma yipi ulwazi abalidingayo ngaleso sikhathi.
It's all too subjective and could result in enormous damage to our democracy.
Lo mthetho sivivinyo ungasebenziseka ubucayana ungasebenziseka noma kanjani ukulwisa intando yeningi ezweni lethu.
I noticed when Councillor Kuzwayo read out the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Kaunda's
Ngimbonile ukhansela
speech.
Khuzwayo ngesikhathi efunda inkulumo kasodolophu weTheku.
The mayor in his presentation referred to the apartheid regime.
Sodolophu uphinde wakhuluma nangesikhathi sikahulumeni wobandlululo.
Sadly, the oppression that this bill will bring about just brings back sad memories of those dark days of oppression. And we cannot allow it.
Ngesihluku esikhulu ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo umuphatha obuyisa lezo insuku ezibhlungu zocindezelo lo bandlululo.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you very much. Can I just say that before you start, that we came here to listen, maybe not to answer questions, and take every input that is given to us. And maybe, can I ask that in the inputs, what would be over and above, very important, it's the recommendations from the citizens.
Angicacise ukuthi njoba sizela njengeParliament size ukuzozwa izimvo zenu sinilele sizwe izimvo neziphakamiso zenu ngeke siphendule siyacela ukuthi uma nisho izimvo zenu kwangazuthi ningasho neziphakamiso ukuthi izincomo zenu kulomthetho zivivinywa zithini siyabonga.
And then about the parking outside, I don't remember seeing any disabled member of parliament here.
Mayelana nokupaka okulapha ngaphandle angikhumbuli ngibona ilunga leParliament okhubazekile phakathi kwethu esihamba naye.
So I think we need to come up with a commission to investigate the parking.
Ngicabanga ukuthi komele siqale iCommission ezohlola ukuthi ezokupaka lapha zima kanjani.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Maybe one other thing, as you finish with your input, then maybe it would be nice if you indicate whether you support or the bill or you don't.
So cela futhi musuqedile ukusho izethulo zakho bese ugcina ukuthi uyawusekela umthetho sivivinywa noma uyawuchitha. Thina sonke sizokhuluma.
Sanibona.
Greetings.
Ngoxolana kaMakhoba lo.
I'm Xolani Makhoba.
Ward 34 eFengam.
Ward 34 eFengam.
Ngilana nginezikhalo mina enginazo.
I have a few complaints.
2018 one of my uncle was died.
2019 umunye womalume wami wafa.
And then was captured with someone who was a suspect. But there's nothing happened now.
Kwaboshwa umuntu othile wayengumsolo akuphindanga kwenzeka lutho kwaze kube manje.
But icase sayirana lihlehla nya one way. So ngizinembuzo mina enhlezweni yami ukuthi South Africa ukhona nomthetho okhona ophathekayo.
Kept on being postponed until now. Then that gives me questions whether do we have any law in this country.
So njengamanje ngine threatening ekhona enginayo efonini yami. And then I have to stand up ngizama ukutrace indaba yawo but angazi noma kufanele ngiqhubeke noma kufanele ngenze njani.
As we speak right now, I have a life-threatening message on my phone of which I don't know what to do with it, but I need to address it, but I don't know where to.
So to idolobha eThekwini soon as sihamba eThekwini kunamaphara all over idolobha. Awaboshwa amaphara aqoqa lutho akwenziwa lutho.
Another issue is the issue of what we call paras, street people living on the streets. They are everywhere around the city. The city is not doing anything. They're not getting arrested.
And they took the other things for all the people that are working in town. They bring the money, all the people, the travelers are coming around in South Africa. They're stealing everything for those people that are walking around. That is coming around in town.
Amapara antshontshela wonke umuntu ofikayo nabavakasha bafika eThekwini antshontshela wonke umuntu.
So nginombuzo ukuthi kushuthi umthetho makuthiwa nje manje ngithi ngizosupporta ibill. Ngingayisupport ibill manje mina. Umbuzo wami uzokwazi ukuthatha over kule nkinga esibhekene nayo. Because those people they eating drugs eqhamuka khona la South Africa. They not eating drugs mhlawumbe eqhamuka kwezinye indawo.
My struggle right now is that supporting this bill, will it address our present problem? Like we have a number of our young people who are living on the streets, who are using drugs, and those drugs, they get them right here in our own countries. They're not coming from abroad. So where is the law, and how will supporting this bill help us in our predicament?
And those drug dealers, I think all those drug sellers are here in South Africa. There's no something like uzu ukuthi kuthiwa ubani uboshiwe ubani ujahe ukutholakala ukuthi ama drugs akubanjwa kanjani awukazi uzu noma uzwa mhlawumbe uzozwa kuthiwa emgaqweni kubanjwe imoto ihamba nama drugs ngeke uzuze kuthiwa kubanjwe i-drug dealer.
We never hear of any drug dealer of note that has been arrested. You know, you'd hear one report occasionally, once in a while, that, somebody with some drugs was apprehended. But these drugs are there every day, drug pushers in our streets, in our city, all around.
So I support the bill because you came to us now to hear what you want to hear to us. So please, can you work on that thing, please? And arrest all the people that are killing each other. Because in South Africa now, we wish to go back on the apartheid situation because there's a
Can I ask the level of noise?
So, cela sehlise nomsindo bakwethu.
The level of noise is, we are drowning the participants as they talk. Please.
So, cela sehlise nomsindo.
So nginesicelo bafethu ukuthi njoba nifikile ngiyisupport ibill.
I do support the bill with the submitted requests.
But ngiyacela nisebenze hard.
I pray that you work a bit harder.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning to the parliamentary representatives and everybody else present here.
Sibingelela abavele eParliament nabo bonke abakhona.
My name is Avin Bola.
Igama lami Havin Bola.
I represent the civil society in a very strong manner here.
Ngimele i-civil society khona la eThekwini.
I represent 4 national organizations,
Ngimele inhlangano ezine ezikhona kuzwelonke.
the Non-Profit Technical Committee,
A non-profit technical committee,
the Non-Profit Working Committee,
non-profit working committee,
the Non-Profit Working Group,
non-profit working group,
the Civil Society Coalition Advocacy Group,
nale yaqeda kisho. No, it's okay. Civil society working group.
and since this is a KZN initiative, more importantly, I represent the local government and advocacy learning network.
Njoba sila KwaZulu Natal ngimele inhlangano ehlanganiselile ekhona esebenza khona la kwisifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal,
which comprises of 60 organizations, 60 organizations in the Durban metro area.
eyakhiwe inhlangano ezingamashumi ayisithupha ezisebenza kwidolobhakazi leTheku.
Thank you. I'm just concerned, you know, we have a tick box exercise and a real commitment to engaging with citizens.
Okungikhathazayo ngibona ngathi sinohla nje esisebenza ukuthi sidwebe imigqa ukuthi senzile kunokuthi sibe nokuyimisela ngempela ukusebenza silethe ushintsho.
I hope it's the latter.
And ngiyathemba ukuthi lokho esigcina ngakho ukuthi siyasebenza ngempela ukuletha ushintsho.
Okay, I'll turn to my concerns now.
Nazi ke izethulo zami.
Okay, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill
Ukufihla imali umthetho sivivinyo ovikela ukugezwa kwemali engcolileyo kanye nokulwa nobushokobezi babushosha phansi.
takes care of all the concerns about security, so we don't see a further need to refine this or reduce it to any other law.
Lo mthetho sivivinyo lo uyasiza ukuvikela isizwe kweze cyber.
Okay, I won't go into the provisions of that bill, but I will now turn to Gilab itself.
Ngicela ukunganqeli kakhulu le kulo mthetho sivivinyo nganoba ngibona ngathi uyayithinta kakhulu izinto eziphakanyiswa manje. Kodwa ngicela uqela kuGilabu ke lesingayo la.
And remember, this is from a civil society perspective.
Ngicela nikhumbule ukuthi lokho engizokusho kuvela kwinhlangano ezikhona emphakathini.
It violates freedom of expression.
Ithatha amalungelo ukuthi sikwazi ukukhuluma noma ukusho imizwa yethu lo mthetho sivivinyo.
And conflicts with other primary legislation and the South African Constitution.
Iphinde futhi iphikisane neminye imithetho esikhona vele kumthetho sisekelo wezwe.
It gives state intelligence agencies the power to do mandatory security vetting.
Inikeza inhlaka ezisebenza lapha kwezobunhloli amandla ukuthi babheke nje baphenye bapequlule inombane ngokuthanda kwabo.
Of any, and then an open quote, person or institution
Noma yipi into noma inhlangano noma isikhungo ukuthi sicutshungulwe.
of national security interest, closed quote.
Bese kuthiwa lezo zinto umuntu azenza suke ephenywa ngazo izinto ezithinta isizwe noma izwe lonke.
The bill's definition of person or institution of national security interest
Ngakho lencazo ekhuluma ngomuntu noma ngesikhungo esithinta ngqo ukuphepha kwezwe.
is so broad that it potentially gives the state the power to vet any private individual
Lelo gama limumethe kakhulu lingasetshenziswa yinoma kanjani.
or institution
Mali khuluma ukuthi sikhuluma ngomuntu noma sikhuluma ngenkampani noma ngesikhungo.
including non-profit organizations and faith-based organizations,
Masikhuluma nge-institution noma ngesikhungo noma ngenhlangano kusho ukuthi kuyobe kubhekwa namasonto kuyobe kubhekwa neinhlanganiselo ezithile nje ezikhona emphakathini.
as earlier versions of the bill explicitly tried to do so, and even businesses.
sike sabona ke ukuthi umthetho sivivinyo wokuqala ubuveza ukuthi kuzikhona inhloso zokubheka ngokusondelela amabhizinisi.
Security vetting is extremely intrusive and this power is wide open to abuse.
Uma ukuthi ezokuphepha ziphenya iphequlule noma kanjani ngokungalawuleki lokho kwenza ukuthi lawo mandla angasetshenziswa kabuhlungu ukuhlukumeza.
It enhances the security agency's power of mass surveillance
Linikeza amandla amaningi inhlaka esebenza ngezokuphepha ukuthi zingaphenya ziphequlule nje wonke umuntu ngaphandle kokuvikeleka.
through a national communication center
Ngale National Communication Center enithi izoba khona.
with little meaningful oversight and none of the requisite protections for privacy and freedom of expression.
Engachazi ukuthi le National Communication Center yona izobe ibheke ubani nokuthi izivikela kanjani iprivacy noma ingasese nokukhuleka kwami ukuthi ngayikhulumela ngisho imbono yami.
Failed to provide safeguards to prevent the abuse of secret funds
Iyahluleka futhi nokuthi ngivikeleke noma iyahluleka ukuvikela ukuthi uma zisetshenziswa imali umuntu athola imali ngasese uyisebenzisa kanjani lezi imali. Lo mthetho sivivinyo unikeza lelo thuba.
that was a key element of state capture at the State Security Agency.
Kusivezela ukuthi ukusetshenziswa imali ngasese kuyinhlaka noma kuyinhlangano zomhloli yizo lezi ezilethe zayizafika ku security ku state capture.
This opens the door to continue illegal expenditure and mismanagement
Kuyaqhubeka nje kwenza uchungechunge ukuthi ukusebenzisa nje imali kungagunyaziwe kanye nobuqhophololo kuthola ithuba.
of funds from the Secret Services account.
Imali lezi eziphuma kwi account le ephethe ezobunhloli.
Failed to ensure the independence of the Inspector General of Intelligence
Uyahluleka futhi umthetho sivivinyo ukuqiniseka ukuthi uInspector General ophethe ezobunhloli akacontrolwa akaphethwe abathize.
the watchdog of intelligence agencies,
Kanjalo nama agency inhlanga eziphethe ezobunhloli ezweni.
and the capacity to enforce these decisions.
Nokuthi amandla abo angakanani ukuthi lezi inqumo noma umthetho khona bakwazi ukuwenza.
The era of state capture made clear the need to hold state security to account
Isikhathi se state capture noma sokubamba ngobhongwana umbuso kwenze ukuthi siqaphele lezi zinto lezi esizishoyo.
but the government continues to hobble the key institutions that should fill this role.
Kodwa uhulumeni uyaqhubeka ukuthi ungacacisi ukuthi lezi inhlaka lezi ezayithinteka zizogwema kanjani ukuphinda isikhathi esiphuma kuso.
Widen the definitions of domestic intelligence, foreign intelligence,
Ukuvula lapho inhlaka ezobe isebenza ezweni nezobe isebenza emazweni angaphandle.
intelligence gathering, national security,
Uqoqa ezobunhloli kanjalo nezokuvikela kwezwe lonkana.
national security, intelligence and threats,
Ukuvikela kwezobunhloli bezwe kanye nobungozi izwe elingabhekana nabo
to national security in a way that would allow
kanye nokuvikela lonke izwe elingavumela
unconstrained intrusion of these agencies
ukuthi inhlaka zonke lezi zobunhloli zingangenwa abathize
into every nook and cranny of our daily lives.
ukuthi inhlaka lezi zobunhloli zingabe sesithatha impilo yethu sezisibusa kwazona
Far beyond legitimate scope of state intelligence.
zingene zizeyigamanxe empilweni zethu seyingenza umthetho kodwa manje sezisilawula ukuthi kufanele siphile kanjani senzeni nini.
Okay, and the last one is give state security agencies power
Lokugcina iphuzu ukuthi unikeza amandla amakhulu kuyinhlaka zobunhloli ezweni
to vet individuals who access national key points
ukuthi nje kubhekwe inoma imuphi umuntu othintakalayo osebenza eyintweni eyithinta ilizwe lonke,
such as the South African Broadcasting Corporation.
izinto ezifana no-SABC.
This is a threat to journalistic independence.
Lokho ke uma lo mthethosivivinyo usunikeza amandla kusho ukuthi nezobuntatheli zobe seyisengcupheni ukuthi zobe yilawulwa abathize abaphethe ngaleso sikhathi.
Okay, the question whether we support this bill is not as easy as it seems.
Umbuzo ke othi siyawusekela noma siyawuchitha lo mthethosivivinyo awulula njengoba kushiwo.
We see the need to reform this because of conflict with other legislation.
Siyawubona isidingo ukuthi impela lo mthethosivivinyo awulungiswe ngoba uyaphikisana neminye imithetho esikhona kuzwe lonke.
But I think the committee has to really take the input from citizens seriously, and then we can re-look the bill and then take it from there. Thank you.
Isiphakamiso sami sithi ikomiti alithathe ngokungananazi ukuthi zithini zakhamuzi bese kuyaphasiswa ke lo mthethosivivinyo.
Thank you very much. I think, as I said earlier, some of those things, okay, can be emailed to the secretariat there. I think you will deal with that.
Siyabonga kakhulu njengoba bengishilo ekuqaleni ukuthi uma ufuna izinto amaphuzu akho wabhale phansi ufuna afike eParliament nabaya abahleli le tafula eliphakemeyo hamba uyoyiletha khona izimvo zakho ezishicilelwe phansi.
Angibonge kakhulu.
Thank you so much
Thola leli thuba.
for the opportunity.
Ngifisa ukubingelela uchairperson eParliament
I would
nabo
like to-
bonke ahambisana kanye nabo
I would
and
like
all
to-
the officials omkhandlu eTheku sinawo la njengamanje.
I would like to greet the chair, all the committee members and all the leadership from the eThekwini Metro and everybody present today.
Ngokukhethekile ngibingelela isithunywa sika Mayor.
With exclusively greet the representative of the mayor.
Before ngiqale ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi ngiyasupport iParliament elila namhlanje ukuthi ngithi angisupport noma ngithi ngiyasupport egcineni kosuku kuyefana because into esiyifunayo njenge community ile abavela abasukile bazositshela na njengamanje.
I'll start off by saying I support the committee or the parliament in front of us today, but I must register that.
Yes. Njoba sila ngiyacabanga ukuthi sishiye imizi yethu sizolalela ukuthi kuthiwani and ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi siqhamuka kuyinhlaka ezahlukahlukene njoba ngiwu secretary nje kwi community policing forum kuwa under Ward 87 ngiphinde ngiserve kwi executive yomlazi wonke ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi nginezinto ezifew nje engifisa ukuzisho.
I'm a member of the CPF in my ward. I come from Umlazi. We all come here from different sectors. I have these few things to submit.
Yes. Engicela ukusho okuningi ke sekukhavekile kuza
Much has been said by my colleagues.
Engikuthanda ukuthi ngilazise iParliament ukuthi sikhungethwe icrime. Crime is very high.
I need Parliament to note that crime is very high. Ubugebengu buphezulu kakhulu.
And siyafisa ukuthi ama members eParliament since ekhona la phakathi kwethu abe nendlela yokuthi ama intelligent angasiza kanganani ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sithi sisebenza la at a ground level kodwa nalaba abasuke beqashela ukuthi abasebenze icrime bakwazi ukuthi nibalekelele ekutheni icrime ithi ukwehla noma kungeyiyo into elula ukuthi phela.
We so wish that Parliament present today will take note that how we desire that intelligence agencies, they work with us in the ground. We are on the ground as community policing forums. We would love to work with those intelligences just to feed what's happening at ground level.
Kahle kakhulu nje sinenkinga yabantu besifazane. Abantu besifazane abekho happy at all, abekho safe, bangenelwe endlini, bayagqekezelwa, bayareshwa, kwenziwa yonke into kubona.
Our women are the most victims of this. They're very vulnerable. They are being attacked in their homes. There's robberies in their homes. They are being raped. There is not much security guaranteed to our women.
Sikhona silekelela ekutheni safety and security yasekhlالeni. Sikhona siyalekelela voluntarily. Siyafisa ukuthi iParliament libheke lento. Liphinde iParliament libheke no 30 million ophumile ukuthi uzolekelela labantu abaleki abavolunteerayo ekhlالeni ukuthi wagcina wenze njani. 2 imoto ezo 95.
We hope that Parliament also work with us. We are doing this voluntarily, working as CPF members. We hear that there was a 30 million rand that was released to assist the CPFs, and we also hear that there was about 95 cars that were approved.
I'm the member owahamba wayo receiver lezo imoto and ngavela kuma media. So people they ask me where is lezo imoto?
I'm one of them who went to receive those 95 cars that were allocated to CPFs, and people, because even media was there was a good media coverage. People are asking us, where are those cars?
So siyacela follow up kulokho ukuthi ngingenelele ukuthi ziphi ngoba ngabe ziyasiza ukulekelela kule crime egcwele kangaka ekhlالeni.
We require follow-ups and feedback on those because cars were apparently allocated for CPFs. Those cars will come in very, very handy in bringing down and clamping down on crime in our communities.
Lastly, sino mama la abalibambile iqhaza egebengweni bayalwisana kakhulu nokugebengu beyabantu besifazane. Sinamadoda akhona alwisana nabugebengu. So siyacela iParliament li recognize lento yeCPF, liphinde li recognize lento yama street patrollers because labantu bagada abantu abasebenzayo bengatholi sent.
We like the Parliament to recognize CPFs and street patrollers because we have a lot of dedicated men and women who live the comfort of their homes to ensure security of communities.
If ungaphazami isona sodwa structure esilwisana nobugebengu singatholi lutho singathatha entweni esingenaso ngisho stipend. Mhlawumbe mengasiza nje iParliament lisilekelele kule ama stipend. I thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the only structure that is combating crime without any remuneration. My submission therefore is that can Parliament at least approve that at least let there be stipends for those people who are in the forefront of fighting crime in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I again ask for, there's too much noise.
Ngiyanicela sehlise nomsindo siyakhuluma ikhuluma igcine ingasazwakali.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Sanibona.
Greetings.
Ngibingelela ikhulu zeParliamente nabafowethu esamsana nabo.
I greet the members of Parliament and my colleagues that are together with me.
Singabahlali bale South Africa sikhathazekile ngezwe lethu.
We as the citizens of South Africa, we are so much troubled about our country.
Okokuqala sithola izibhamu la ezingekho emthethweni.
Firstly, there is a lot of unregistered guns, illegal guns in our communities.
Okay, ngicela ukuxolisa kuqala ukuthi ngingayichaza usingubani.
Apologize for not stating my name up front.
Okay, igama lami nguBhekani Shishane eWard 49.
I'm Bhekani Shishane from Ward 49.
Lezi bhamu okuyizona ezibulala abantu bakithi la eSouth Africa.
These illegal guns are the ones used to kill our innocent people in the country.
Futhi sikhathazekile ngecrime intelligent le South Africa ngendlela esebenza ngayo.
We are deeply concerned about the operation of the intelligence, crime intelligence, how it operates in this country.
Ngezibhelu zika July,
during July unrest,
unabantu abashona la.
So many people were killed.
Bebulawa.
They were murdered.
Be innocent.
Innocent people.
Lokho kusibeka kusiphi izinga kube kukhona i-crime intelligence yini umsebenzi wayo kanti?
Though people were murdered without any arrest, where does that put us? Which level of intelligence does that put us as a country?
I-crime intelligence ne-South African police ne-military police yini umsebenzi wayo?
The intelligence, the crime intelligence that we have, does it link to our police services or does it link to the military services? I mean, is there any coordination there?
Thina singabahlali bale South Africa sakubona ukuthi iyafeyila.
We as residents of South Africa will realize that these institutions are actually failing us.
Ngikusho lokhu ngoba iyayivela isinolwazi ukuthi kukhona izinto ezizokwenzeka la zokushona kwabantu neluthingi kodwa ayizange izithathe action.
I'm saying that simply because those institutions, they knew, they became aware that there was going to be a looting looming, but no action, preventative actions were taken to avoid it.
Sibuye sikhathazeke ngokubulawa kwamakhansela le South Africa.
We also concerned about the killings of councillors in our country.
Amaphoyisa alenza uphenyo babanjwe abantu.
Police investigate and some suspects get arrested.
Ezinkantolo zethu kumajaji kuthola ukuthi abantu bayakhishwa.
But then when they get to our courts, people are then found to be not guilty.
Okunye futhi okungikhathaza kakhulu ngumhlalo wale South Africa.
Another thing that concerns me as a citizen of South Africa,
Ngokwanda kwabantu bangaphandle lezweni lethu.
it is the increasing number of the illegal foreigners in our country.
Eborder lethu
Our borders,
sithola ukuthi engathi umsebenzi amaphoyisa akawenzi ngendlela. I'm talking about ex-police.
it's like police and the employees in our border gates, they're not actually doing their job properly.
Right. La sithola ukuthi kunama foreigners okunabantu bale South Africa abadayisa izidakamizwa.
We've also discovered that there is South Africans together with together with foreigners who are selling drugs.
Labo bantu kuthiwa abathindwa bona kungani?
Those people are untouchable. Why?
Ngiphinde ngikhathazeke ngokuthathwa kwezimoto zale South Africa zeqa ama-border daily and daily.
I'm also concerned about the hijacking of cars, and then those cars are taken to the neighboring countries. That happens day in and day out.
Ngiyacela ngoba bafethu sibebekile okuningi nami ngithi akwengisho lokungaphakathi okungikhathazayo ngumhlalo weSouth Africa.
Much has been covered by my colleagues, but I also had to vent my own issues here as a concerned South African.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Igama lami nguNtando ngowakhuzwayo,
Siyabonga sihlalo, I am Ntando Khuzwayo.
a resident of eThekwini municipality.
Ngumhlali nami khona la eThekwini.
Yeah, no, Chair, there's just a few notes here that I would want to read out.
Nakho okuncane nje ngifisa ukufunda sihlalo.
Okokuqala i-issue ye-cyber security.
First one is the cyber security issue.
Yeah, cyberspace is really full of threats.
Cyber security inobungozi.
Okay. Yeah, especially, and it's not just a threat to national security, but it's also a threat to personal security.
Iphinde futhi ibe nomngozi hayi ezweni kuphela nakithi nje njengezakhamizi.
And I'm saying this because a speaker earlier
Ngisho lokhu ngani ngoba khona okhulumile la eqaleni.
made a very simple reference that you go on the internet, you search for a particular item, maybe you write laptop,
Umungena nje ku-internet mhlawumbe ubhale noma uthi ufuna ukuthenga i-laptop.
yeah, then automatically on all your socials you get adverts about laptops.
wathi nje ufuna i-laptop usiyothi kuyo yonke imininingano yakho uzuthola naba sebekhuluma nge-laptop.
The next day you are getting a call from an insurer wanting to insure a laptop.
Ngosuku olulandelayo usufonelwa umuntu ozothi hayi le laptop yakho uqeda kuyithenga noma uyifuna na insurance yayo.
And you have not even bought the laptop.
Awukakayithengi na kuyithenga ke lapho ngalowo mzuzu.
So that means there in the cyberspace a lot is happening that is just selling our information and our
Kusho ukuthi
details.
laphayana ke kwezokuxhumana obuxhakaxhaka be-technology kuningi ukudayiselana okwenzakalayo ngaphandle kwemvume yethu.
Yeah, also, Chair, I think there are some amendments that I was actually looking for in the bill which are not there.
Mina sihlalo khona ichibiyela ebengifisa ngabe ngiyakubona lapho kulo mthetho sivivinyo.
I would like to believe, Chair, that there should be some kind of a security clearance for public office bearers.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi laba abasebenzela uhulumeni noma abaphethe isikhundla kuhulumeni fanele babe nayo security clearance ukuthi babhekwe ukuthi bayiphethe kanjani.
How do we know that members of parliament do not work for counter forces?
Njengokwenza umzekelo nje ukuthi sazi kanjani ukuthi aba member of parliament awasebenzeli inhlangano ezithile ezilwa nohulumeni.
How do we know that councillors in our own areas do not work for counter forces?
Sazi kanjani ukuthi amakhansela aphethe indawo zethu awasebenzeli inhlangano eziqonde ukuchitha izwe lethu.
And I can qualify this by saying
ngizoqeda inkulumo yami ngokuthi
many organizations like NGOs and others posing as political parties
ziningi ke inhlangano ezifana nama NGO kodwa uma uyilalelisisa kahle uyabona iqembu lepolitiki kahle kahle leli.
Yeah, but they are also pushing agendas that are counter-revolution.
Babhizi balandela uhla nomgomo othile omelene nokukhululwa kwezwe.
Yeah, and when I'm saying revolution, I'm talking about a national democratic society.
Uma ngikhuluma nge-revolution noma ngenkululeko yezwe ngikhuluma ngokukhululwa kwezwe ngokwentando yeningi.
Hence I'm saying we need to have a security clearance to public office bearers. That includes myself.
Yikho ngithi thina esikhethiwe noma esisebenzela uhulumeni kwinhlaka yahulumeni mazenge ngafana fanele sibheke ukuthi ayikho yini imshosha phansi esiphezulu kwayo.
Yeah, more especially because we have porous borders.
Ngani ngoba futhi siphinde sibe nemingcele thizeni
evuzayo.
O imngcele evuzayo bangena bengenile.
Yes, and through this there is illicit trade.
Ngale mngceleke le evulelekile kunokuhwebelana okuningi okwenzakala ongekho emthethweni.
And I would like to even believe that there is a lot of illegal firearms that are coming in through our borders.
Ngiyakholwa futhi ukuthi ziningi ibhame engekho emthethweni eyingena kule mngcele yethu.
Which end up killing our people and killing even politicians.
Lezi ibhame yize ezibulala abantu bakithi ezibulala nosopolitiki bethu.
So, Chair, I also want to say the use of technology is going to be very important.
Sihlalo ngifisa ukusho ukuthi futhi nokusebenzisa ke ubuxhakaxhaka bezolwazi wesimanje lubaluleke kakhulu.
Things like CCTV, satellite,
CCTV, satellites,
drone technology.
Drone.
Yeah, all of those things, because another speaker earlier here referred to organizations such as churches.
Zonke lezo zinto lezo ziyaqinisa ukuphepha khona okhulumile wathi izinhlangano ezifana namasonto kanje.
Yeah, we know that some churches are just a money laundering scheme.
Siyawazi ukuthi kunamasonto nje la khona okugezwa khona imali engcolile.
Yeah, but the question is to whose benefit?
Umbuzo omkhulu ukuthi le mali engcolile egezwa lapha igezelwa bani?
Yeah, because you may think it's for the benefit of the pastor standing in front of you.
Ngenze ucabanga ukuthi hayi wena kuhlonyuliswa nje umfundisi omile lapha oshumayelayo.
Yet that money is flowing into counter forces.
Hayi kanti hayi le mali yedlula iya lapha kwabathize okuyibona abalwa nezwe.
Yes, who are planning to destroy this country.
Abahlela ukubhubhisa lelizwe.
Yeah, then two last items, Chair. One, I think it's the amendment of section 13 of this this act.
Amaphuzu amabili ogcina ngawo ukuchibiyela usigaba 13 walomthetho.
I got a bit worried that I don't know what happens to former members of intelligence services.
Ngiye ngiyibuze ngithi la abantu ababesebenza ezobunhloli base beyaphuma baphuma bashonephi.
Yeah, because if someone is out of employment, then anyone can buy that person and use their intelligence.
Ngoba iqiniso ukuthi umuntu mase ngasasebenzi lo muntu lo usengathengwa ukuthi angasebenzela nombani ozomkhokhela.
Bese kusho ukuthi sinqunuke makunjalo.
That means we are exposed, we are naked as a country.
Yes. And then the last one, but I see ukuthi the amendment is heading in the right direction.
Ngiyabona I noticed that the amendment is ngiyabona ukuthi ukuchibiyela kuhamba ngononina ngendlela eqondile.
Yeah. Eyokugcina ke Chair,
My last one.
before I say I support, because I've already said I support the GLAP, is that amanye amendments that I've seen here.
Some
they-
amendments I saw here.
Yeah, they are complementing UPOPI, protection of personal information.
Asekela upopi lo mthetho lo.
Yeah, and I'm saying this, I know a lot of people are saying, no, this is an intrusion to our own. But the reason why POPI was introduced was to protect us from each other.
Ngiyazi ukuthi abanye bathi hayi lo mthetho vivinyo hayi usuzosihlasela manje ingasese lethu ngifisa ukuthi upopi wawenzelwe ukuthi usivikele thina komunye.
Yes, but this particular act is to ensure that all of us are protected from forces internally and externally.
Kanti lo mthetho vivinyo wamanje uzosivikela ke ukuthi asivikeleke kwizitha ezikhona ngaphakathi ezweni nalezo ezingaphandle.
Yeah. Qubekelani phambili ke sihlalo ne process.
Forward chair with the process of passing this proposed bill.
But look into the appointment of members of NICOC.
Kodwa nibheke ke ekuqasheni labo beyingxenye kaNicoc.
Yeah, because you said that NICOC is going to move to presidency. If I understood you correctly.
uNicoc useyuzomuvela lapha ehhovisini kaMengameli uma ukuthi ngizwe kahle.
Yeah, but then powers to appoint who becomes a part of NICOC rest with the minister.
Amandla ke kodwa ukuthi ubani ingxenye kaNicoc lawo mandla akumphathiso womnyango.
Then seems to be a bit of a misalignment. there.
Ngibona ngathi hayi kunongahambisani
Siyabonga.
ngokwendlela. Thank you.
Very much. I don't think I regret having to put the council under the bus.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi kodwa ke akungikhalisa ukuthi ngithathe ikhansela ngiliphose ngaphansi kwebhasi.
Didn't we have 9? Did we only have 8?
Sibe nezandla ezishakalombili noma ezishakalolunye.
Okay. Can we get to the second round now?
Ake singene ke ehlandlweni lesibili.
Okay, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in that order.
Sizothatha ke laba bayishakalolunye ngokulandelana kwabo.
Ngibingelele usihlalo
Greetings to the chair.
we-secure
maybe before you start, I see there's my lady there in a wheelchair. Could we give them preference? Can she become number 3?
Ngaphambi kokuthi uqale bengicela ukuthi si tetele lo olapha emuva ohamba ngesihlalo esinamasondo ukuthi abe ngowesithathu. Siqale ngabo.
Thank you very much. Then it will be 1, 2, 3 at the beginning.
Siyabonga bazolandelana nje njengoba la ekuqaleni.
Ngibingelele uhlalo welo security parliament.
Ngibingelele uhlalo ke wezokuphepha ekomiti lezokuphepha eParliament.
Ngiphinde ngibingelele necommittee yakhe yonke.
Ngibingelele nekomiti lakhe lonke.
Okhulumayo uLindo Kuhle wakamkhize eThekwini uhlalo we Disability Forum.
My name is Lindo Mkhize, who is the chair of the Disability Forum eThekwini.
Ngizocela ke ukuthi namhlanje i-security lo ikwazi ukuthi ilekelele thina sabantu abakhubazekile ukuthi ezintweni esibhekene nazo njengokuthi eParliament asibaboni abantu abane disability abasimele ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi isishicilele phansi lo mthetho sibabona abantu abakhubazekile abamele futhi abakhubazekile.
I would like to raise a concern around the absence of disabled people in Parliament who are there to ensure that laws that are passed also represent us as disabled people.
Ngiphinde kubhekwe indlela zokusebenza ezithinta ama budget kuma department ukuthi ngabe ngempela lezo zinto esuke ibekelwe lawo ma budget ziyenzeka yini noma imali igcina ihambile yabuyele emuva kodwa inkinga kuthina sabantu abakhubazekile zibe zikhona.
My other concern is that what happens to funds that are budgeted for in different departments, of which you find that these funds end up being unused and then returned, sent back to Treasury, and this concerns me as a disabled person.
Siyacela ukuthi kuphinde futhi kubhekwe ukusebenza kwamakhansela ukuthi awakwazi ukusebenzisana nabantu abakhubazekile kuzona zonke inhlaka ama committee esinawo njengabantu abakhubazekile ngoba sithola singekho recognize.
Would also request that an effort be made to ensure that councillors do liaise and work with disabled people, because in our areas we don't find this happening and it's quite concerning.
Siphinde sibe nenkinga kwi social okugcina ukuthi masihlukunyezwa sabantu abakhubazekile noma ngathiwa awuboni noma ngathiwa uhlele esihlalweni noma ngathiwa ukhubazeke ngalopho uhlobo mase siyobika inkinga zethu ema police station bavele bahleke bengasiphenduli bengawuthathi isimo esibhekene naso ngendlela ekuyiyona yona.
And socially as well as disabled people, you find that we are not taken seriously. You might find that you are blind or have any other form of disability, and when you are experiencing harassment or abuse and you go to report that matter to the police station, the police will laugh at you because they don't take us seriously.
Ngiphinde ngicele ukuthi ke njengoba ikhona ilo security forum yakhiwayo le ekhona esinayo namhlanje ayikwazi ukuthi nayo include abantu abane disability khona izokwazi ukuthi nayo iunderstand ngedisability njengoba sihlezi siwabona wonke ama parliamentary isikhathi esiningi sibona abantu abane disability kuma committee abanawo bengekho abasirepresentayo.
Also in the different forums that are being constituted, including this one that we are talking about today, would like to see a representation of disabled people because we don't see them in any of the committees in Parliament.
Ngibonge kakhulu ngiyayisupporta mayizokwazi ukuthi sisekele nathi njengabantu abakhubazekile.
Thank you very much. I do support the bill if it will also assist us and support us as disabled people. Thank you.
Sanibonani, uhloniphile Masuku ngisuka ku Ward 86.
Greetings, my name is Hloniphile Masuku from Ward 86.
Yebo khona okuningi umfowethu sengikhavile kodwa engibothi kusalile ngizokusho. Njenga engicela umthetho wala eSouth Africa engicela ukuqinise futhi nawo ilama contract asuke enikwe imisebenzi njengokuthi uthola ukuthi iTheku liyambiwe malimbiwe itheku ababe besa understand ukuthi la abambe khona kuzohamba umuntu ongaboni kuzohamba umuntu ohamba nge-wheelchair.
I think my colleagues have mentioned, my colleague has mentioned quite a few things, but I just wanted to raise this important issue as well pertaining to construction work, contractors that are given work in eThekwini, where they'll dig up trenches in the city, forgetting that disabled people have to use wheelchairs to pass through those trenches.
Uthola ukuthi bamba imgodi bafake le ntambo bashiye kanjalo bakhohlwa ukuthi ongaboni uzophoseka kulomgodi ngoba ayikho into abayibekile ukuthi noma ngabe uyanyathela ngephutha lapho kodwa ungaqhubeki umgaqo angaqhubeki yini bese
They'll also install that danger prevention tape and forget that there are blind people who cannot see the tape and not put structures that are preventing people from actually falling into those trenches.
bese kuba ile yokusincisha ithuba kulo mthetho sekelo umlo mthetho oshayiwe bengicela bayibhekelele le ndawo yokuqasheka komuntu okhubazekile nanokuthi aqashwe kuma tender nawo akwazi ukusebenza abasinike nalelo thuba futhi siyacela.
We also would like opportunities to be opened to disabled people, particularly when it comes to what is being discussed in this bill, so that we can be able to get some form of tenders, if there are any tenders available, or employment, so that we can also make an income. Thank you.
Okunye esicela futhi yilokhu kokuthi emawadini la esisuka khona amathuba ezindlu zabantu abakhubazekile siwacela athi ukunyuka bangafaki izindlu ezimbili kumuntu okhubazekile futhi naye uthola ukuthi ayiphasile kodwa bona bakwazi ukuyiphasisa umuntu okhubazekile kuthiwa akahamba yongena lapha ngisakhuluma ke ngalezi itezi sebezakha manje ngoba thina siyasihlukumeza namahall lana khona uthola ukuthi amahall enziwe thina abantu abakhubazekile asibeka ngaphandle njengalo nje mangibheka leli angazi ke ngale ngemuva kodwa nje ngibone ukuthi ngeke ngikwazi kusuka la mina ngiye lapho kodwa iholo lomphakathi lamasipala wavuma kanjani yena umasipala ukuthi leli iholo libe into ekhona kanti lizongihlukumeza mina.
And also around the issues of housing, where you'll find that there is no adequate allocation for disabled people to actually own houses. And even if they do build structures, you'll find that there'll be housing blocks which are storied. In other words, they have different, they are flats, a block of flats which do not accommodate disabled people. And also in terms of structures that belong to government or municipality, for example, halls, where you'll find that those halls are not wheelchair friendly. So I would like all these things to be taken into consideration as well.
La kwi budget engicela bakubhekisise kakhulu idingo zomuntu okhubazekile esiningi kakhulu i-wheelchair nje lengihleli kuyona ngoba ngihleli kuyona nje ifeel ngoba ngihamba ngayo nje ikwayiyona isiyangiqedela ngendlela esiyiyona kanti mhlawumbe kube i-budget ithe xaxa kungaba kunqunywanyana kumina ungathi uma ukhubazekile uswele insizwa khubazeke ungabi na hostic ungabi na lutho nje okuqondene nokuthi wena umuntu okhubazekile sizakala bese ngacela abantu ukuthi nangalapho bathi ukunyusa namabhenke abo ayenziwa ama-ATM kwamanye amabhenke anendawo ye-disability kodwa ufica abantu abanomali bazama ukukuphindisela emuva ungakwazi ukuya lapha nawo noma enziwe eyakhe iphini uyishaya ibuko umuntu olapha emuva ekubhekile uthi uphume bekuphuca.
Would also like funds be increased in terms of budgeting, where you'll find that we can get resources that we need as disabled people. For example, wheelchairs. The wheelchair that I'm using right now is actually broken and it's making my situation or my condition worse. And also in terms of banking, if security can be beefed up to also accommodate disabled people so that when we do have ATMs that are accessible to us, they are private enough so that people behind us cannot see how we enter our PIN, because when that happens, we get robbed immediately after we withdraw funds.
Yebo okugcina bengicela bandla umthetho uthi uqina impela ngasemaphoyiseni nandawo yokufonelwa lena nami nje ngomunye oseke wakhonjwa ngesipam bangiphuca imshini ngihlele esayithini isigadile ngenxa yani njalo yokuthi i-safety ayisekho igebe ngendlela eseziningi kakhulu ngayo nala emamoli indawo zokuthi uzongena wena uthola ukuthi kupaka imoto yomuntu osebenza ngaphakathi ngenxa ukuthi umthetho awuqinile akanandaba ukuthi wena uzohamba phi lapho upaka imoto yakhe wasuka wayihambela washiya kanjalo ngiyabonga.
And lastly, I would also like to raise the issue of an emergency number that we can call in the event of emergency. For example, I was robbed on site by gun-wielding robbers, and I didn't have any protection or any recourse. I couldn't call anybody. Also in malls, if we can also ensure that people do not park in designated disabled parking, because that's what happens in most malls, and the law is not really enforced insofar as that is concerned.
Thank you very much.
Greetings.
Msawenkosi Nzuza.
My name is Musawenkosi Nzuza.
Yeah, bangibiza ngomshazi. Hayi cha ngizoba mfishane nje. Njengomthandazo wokudla, okay?
They usually call me Mshazi. I'll be very brief, like a prayer before eating.
Sebe khulumile abafowethu okuningi. Engakusho mina ngikhala ngibingelele izikhulu zami ezikhona lapha phambili bese ngisho ukuthi siyabonga ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi isimeme sibe khona kodwa ke asazi ke phela ngoba sihleze siba khona izintweni ezisuke zikanje gcine kuthiwa kuyathatha akubuyi lutho sesiyakwazi lokho ke sekuyitem lethi iculo nje silaziyo lelo kodwa ke bathi ke unga akulahla mbele ongakufela asithembe.
Maybe let me start by greeting the committee that is visiting us today, and also indicate that maybe my colleagues have said quite a few things, but I still have some other issues that I would like to raise. And also to highlight that we usually attend such gatherings and we make inputs, but we don't really get any feedback or we don't see any results emanating from those inputs. But well, I believe that not all is lost.
Yep. Cha engakusho mina ngisuka ku Ward 88 eMlazi.
I am from Ward 88 in Umlazi.
Njengabantu abakhubazekile kunento eyenzekela eThekwini zokuqala la eThekwini sinenkinga eyi1 edrobheni mawuhamba phakathi ukuthi mawuhamba kunendawo epavement ethola ukuthi kumele sihambe kuyona asisakwazi ukuhamba kuyona okay kwesinye isikhathi kwezinye izindawo ngokuthi bakhona abanye abantu ukuthi babeka amatafula abo okay fine bayazama abantu bese kuzoba ke inkinga uma sekusuka kula kunama ramp khona ngiyawela ngiwelela ngale kune robot kune ramp so ngizothi ngifika imoto umuntu upaka itaxi yakhe imoto yakhe kodwa ngisakwazi mina ukuthi ngiwele inkinga ke ifika ibe khona uma wadlula mhlawumbe wazama ukudlula yathinteka imoto yakhe umuntu sekubuka kabe engathi manje akayibona angazi la eThekwini angazi uma lokho zanakho ukuthi inkinga ikephi.
Okay, I wanted to raise an issue around how we move around in the city center. I know that there are pavements and they also have ramps to access those pavements. But you'll find that when you are moving around the city center, you'll find a car or a taxi blocking the ramp where you're supposed to access the pavement after crossing a traffic light. And the problem starts when you try to pass that car and you nick or dent the car by mistake.
Nana nokuthi ke uma ngabe ngihamba la edrobheni mhlambe ngibanjwa inkunzi ngiyobika mhlambe police station noma khona umbuzo yube khona uthi kodwa ubuya apho uhambelana wedwa bayizwa nje lonto.
Also you'll find that if you are in town and you are mugged or robbed and you go to report, you are asked a very funny question that why were you traveling by yourself or alone?
Nokukhubazeka njengoba ebekabasho ungefani khona umuntu uthi khubazeke ngongabona emehlweni uma yovula icase asho ukuthi umshazi mhlambe uyangizwa uyangazi yalazi isilami athi ene umshazi ebenza ukuthi bese kubuza umbuzo wodwa bese bethi umbone ngani.
Like for example, people who are disabled because we have different kinds or types of disability. For example, a blind person will go to the police station to report a crime, and because they recognize the perpetrator's voice, they'll say, no, it is so and so, or in this instance, it's Mshazi who did this, and the police will ask him or her, how did you see him or her?
Ngoba manje le nto le isiphatha kabuhlungu thina esikhubazekile ngoba kuyenzeka nawo uphila ungakhubazekile kungena isigebengu bese kuthiwa ke besifaka mhlawumbe imask bese kuthiwa awumusho lo muntu mangase umusho ukanjani kodwa manje ngathi yeze lo muntu awubungamazi angithi awumazi kodwa mina ngoba nakho ngikhubazekile kuthiwa umbone ngani ngoba ubone uzwe kanjani ngiyezwa mhlawumbe ngizwe ukuthi okay uyezwa umunye uthi cha yabona lo muntu lo yizwi noma ngingalazi kodwa ngathi mangaliphinda liyaqhamuka ngalizwe kodwa bese bakhona lo nto leyo abayeke usihlukumeza ngalokho into engingayicela ukuze kube lula akube khona umuntu ngoba bafundile sifundile akube khona omunye umuntu okhona one disability ozokwazi mhlawumbe isathi akaboni uyakwazi ke lokuchazela ukuthi ngithola ukuthi umuntu ongaboni izinto azenzayo ozwa ngazo iziphi.
Also, you'll find that even if you're not blind, when you have been a victim of crime from a perpetrator who had covered their face, when you report that, they'll ask you, how did you see the person or describe the person, which really is ridiculous. And I also feel maybe as a solution that we need to have, for example, for blind people, a blind person who would be, because we also have been trained, a trained blind person who can be able to assist insofar as these matters are concerned.
Okugcina ke bengizokusho ke akuthi nansi ko ngoba manje kuzoba inkinga ukuthi angizokwazi ukuphenduleka kodwa bengizobuza ukuthi kufanelekile yini mina ngingumhlali wala ngisakhamuzi sala ngokuzalwa la ukuthi ngingavikeleki ngingabe nayo safety ukuthi mhlambe kwi security njengala ngihlala khona ngihlala enduduzweni so njoba ngisho kanjalo i-security ayisekho ayizwa lonto leyo uma ngase kwizo zona ikhule lapha esodwa sazi noma zodlula ngakhona sibone singake sibone isimanga kodwa bese kuthiwa la ngiyajabula ngoba kuthiwa ibona bezokuphepha ezomhloli laba abakhona abazokuphepha ukuthi into eyenzeka lapha engisho khona ngakubona manje sesihlushwa amaphara sihambe siyobika amanye siwabamba yes khona nqamla intambo kagesi icable le copper salibamba salisakho ofama posathatha yazi into asho wathwana kwathiwa into yokuqala amaphara ingakho ngaboshwa yini ayi waste awanayo ilokhuzana income imali ezokwazi ukulokhuzana yayizwa lonto.
We also lastly my concern as a citizen of this country, and I feel very painful that as a citizen of this country I do not have security. I live in a center or a place called Nduduzweni in Umlazi where people with disability live. We do not have security there at all. So people can come in, there's no access control. And we are always at risk because the people who are street kids or people who live in the street that are called paras come in and they do as they please. We once caught one who had stolen an electric cable, but then we were told that no, they are not causing any harm because they're also trying to make an income.
Ngicela ukusho ngibeke ngibesobala lokho yazi into ezokwenza engiyibona iyenze kuthiwa abantu bayibambela umthetho ngezandla iyona into ezolunga lapha ngoba ngisho futhi ngiyakusho lokho ukuthi lo esasimbambile wasinda ngokuthi ayekhona afika amaphoyisa ngokusheshsha kodwa ngoba siyabona ukuthi asinakiwe kumele ukuthi umuntu mase simbambile siyibambele siyibulalele yena umuntu lokho kangufihlike nje lokho hayi sizokwenza futhi.
Also I think what will end up happening is that, as I said, we caught another perpetrator, but nothing was done. What will happen is we'll end up taking the law onto our own hands and deal with these perpetrators ourselves. And if we do, one of them might maybe end up getting killed. And I am saying this openly because we are tired. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Igama lami nguLitsatsi ngwakamorwengi ngiqhamuka ku Ward 86.
My name is Letsatsi Morweng from Ward 86.
Ngiqhamuka ku Disability Forum.
I'm from the Disability Forum.
Ngisakhamuzi sase South Africa.
I'm a South African citizen.
Ngifisa ukudlulisa lokhu asibonge ukuthi nisivakashele nasinisinika nethuba lokuthi sikwazi ukubeka nathi esikubonayo.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you for coming to us to see us and affording us the opportunity to make inputs.
Okokuqala nje abantu abakhubazekile la eThekwini ake ngithi la eThekwini akukho esikubonayo okutshengisayo ukuthi nathi sizakhamuzi zala eSouth Africa ezintweni ezenziwayo esisalelayo kuzona uma ngabe zenziwa siyasala ngendlela izinto ezenzeka ngayo.
Firstly, let me start by raising a concern around the exclusion of disabled people here in eThekwini particularly. We are always left out of whatever that is happening.
Besingakujabulela ke ukuthi iParliament lingenelele ekucheckeni izinto ezenziwayo ukuthi thina abantu abakhubazekile siyanakekeleka yini, kuyaqinisekiswa yini ukuthi lezi zinto ziyenzeka njengoba nje kwenziwe namhlanje sibiziwe nathi sakwazi ukuthi sibe khona. Kunalento le yoku-invade kwezindlu. Thina abantu abakhubazekile uma ngabe ku-invadwa izindlu, uma ngabe mina benginendlu lapho kwakhiwe khona, angikwazi mina njengomuntu okhubazekile ukuyolwa nomuntu osi-invadile. Kodwa umnyango waka-housing kufanele kube yiwona ongenelelayo until kube khona ubulungiswa kumina njengesakhamuzi sase-South Africa esikhubazekile esingakwazi ukuthi siyilwele ngoba isikhathi esiphila kusona njengamanje siphila ezweni elineqhwa.
I also would like to raise my appreciation for Parliament to have come today, as I said earlier, but I would like Parliament to continue doing oversight and coming back to see that things are being done in accordance with our needs as disabled people. For example, you find that there is an issue pertaining to home invasions where you'll find that there'll be houses that will be allocated officially, but you'll find that as disabled people, will find people already invading our houses that are allocated officially to us. And we cannot fight with these people because, as you know, in our country these days, you have to be a bully to get things going your way.
Okunye ke futhi ngathola indlu mina ngo-2018 ngathola iphepha ka-housing nana namanje ngisaqashile ngaze ngihlale kuleyo ndlu.
And also-
ngagcina ngokuyibuka nje kanje.
Also, for example, in my case, in 2018, I was allocated a house. I have documentation to support that, to prove that, but I've never lived in that house. I'm still renting somewhere. I only last saw the house with my eyes. I've never lived in it.
Angicebi muntu kodwa sengaya imhlangane kanjena ngiyayihamba nemhlangane esuke ibiziwe siyayihamba ngiyiraise i-issue yami kodwa nana namhlanje angikaze ngithole isizo.
I'm not fighting with anyone, but I'm merely stating that I do attend such gatherings and I've attended more gatherings before and I've raised my issue, but to date, nothing has happened or nothing has changed.
Bese futhi okunye kube ilento yemsebenzi. Thina abantu abakhubazekile imsebenzi asiyitholi, amathenda aswatholi ngendlela izinto ezenzeka ngayo, lokho akusiphathi kahle.
And also on the aspect of employment or even entrepreneurship, as disabled people, we do not get anything, whether it's tenders or employment, and that doesn't sit well with us. It's really concerning.
Bese siyacela futhi ukuthi kulandelelwe nalabantu bama leadership. Babhalisa abantu bethi abantu bazobafundisa kwi leadership, abantu babhaliswe bagcina abanye abantu bengawatholi ama leadership kodwa umuntu eseregistiwe okhomba ukuthi usengaphakathi athi mase uyafona uyalandelela kuthiwa akekho akazange aza aqualify ukungena angatshelwa izathu. Leyo nto leyo thina abantu abakhubazekile iyasilimaza.
And also the issue of learnerships, I feel we need to also have somebody look into the issue of learnerships because we will find people who go around saying they're offering learnerships, they'll say they're registering people, but the people that are actually said to be registered do not really benefit from those learnerships, especially us as disabled people.
Singakujabulela ke futhi ukuthi nako mabonakude sibabone abantu abakhubazekile bephithizela lapha kumabonakude. Sibabone ema-office bephithizela, sibezwe kuma-radio station bekhuluma beneyilothi la kukhulunywa khona ngathi sikwazi ukuphefumula nathi ukuthi sikhubazekile sifisane. Because manje izinto eziningi sizibona nje sisalele emuva nokuthi sigcine sesinalento emqondweni yokuthi thina siyadingeka ngenkathi kuthiwa kuyovotwa.
And also would like to see disabled people even on TV, and even when you go to offices, would like to see disabled people also playing an active role in whatever the activities are in those spaces. Because as disabled people, we feel that we are not recognized, and it ends up creating an impression that we are only recognized when it's time to vote only.
Uma sesifikile ke safika ke savota sathi ke akube alibe lihlizwe akuphatheke sigcine thina sisalela ngemuva singayitholi idingo zethu kanti nathi saba se South Africa siyakudeserve ukuthi sithole intuthuko.
And also when we have voted and made sure that there is democracy and everything runs smoothly in the country, we are then neglected, whereas we also have needs that are specific to us as disabled people.
Eyitolo abaqashwa abantu abakhubazekile ngoba kuthiwa uhamba nge-wheelchair. Kuphinde kube futhi endaweni eziningi singakujabulela ukubabona. Nalento yokuthi ke asinaso izinda la kuthiwa khona nje la abantu be-disability ngoba impilo kwethu akufani. Kukhona abahlala endaweni ezama-rural areas othola ukuthi uma ngabe ehamba nge-wheelchair uthwala kanzima noma kufanele abazali bakhe baze bambelethe uma ezoyiswa esibhedlela. Zonke lezo zinto ziyasilimaza emoyeni uma ngabe siyibona zenzeka.
Also, I feel that we need to have centers that are built specifically for disabled people, because we feel disabled people are not really catered for adequately. For example, you'll find a disabled person who lives in rural areas, who, if they have to go to the hospital because the roads are not of a standard or conducive for him to travel, they'll have to be carried by their parents to even access health care. And also in malls, you don't see disabled people also. Would like to see them so that we can see that we are being recognized.
Sicela ke ukuthi ningenelele siyakujabulela nizele nakho futhi siyakuthanda nathi ukubona izinto ziyaphambili. Ingakho nithi masinisibiza sisukume sinikele. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kodwa nje siyacela singabantu abakhubazekile ukuthi nathi sibonakala ezweni ukuthi sikhona ngandlela yonke kube nendlela ukuthi siyabonakala kungaloko kuthiwa hayi siyaprioritize kodwa low prioritize uthi kufanele kuze uqalaze ngaphansi kwetafula.
Also, I also would like to thank you for, I would like to urge you to intervene as Parliament because we are tired as disabled people of always being told that we are being prioritized, but only to find that we really have to look very hard and deep to find where the prioritization is. And also, we do support the bill, but would like also emphasis to be made on increasing efforts to support disabled people. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Angibingelele sihlalo.
Greetings to the chair
Nethimba lakho.
and your team.
Mhlawumbe umuntu aqale ngokubonga ukuthi sikhethwe la eThekwini ukuthi sibe ingxenye yalomsebenzi ongemncane omkhulu kakhulu.
May I also register my appreciation that eThekwini was chosen to hold this important gathering.
Igama lami ke ngufana ngwashabango ngiqhamuka lapha eWard 30.
My name is Fana Shabangu from Ward 80.
Yes. Cha sihlalo angazi noma mhlawumbe umuntu wenziwa ukuthi uyaqala ukuba khona kulolu hlelo le amendment bill ukuzofaka izimvo.
Maybe let me start by saying I don't know if maybe it's because it's the first time I'm participating in a gathering to discuss the amendment of the amendment bill.
Lokhu ngikushiso ukuthi mengubuka lo mqingo lo esunikwe lapha unama clauses unama acts nginalento engibusayo ukuthi mhlawumbe ukube bekwi esinye isikhathi mhlawumbe bekubuya kuyinto ebekufanele ngabe yinto engizothi siyithole before ukuze sikwazi ukuyibuka senze incomo silandela senza ne research kubantu abayifundile umthetho ukuze sikwazi ukufaka izincomo eziphusile.
I also received documents that were issued to us as we were coming in, and I saw that there are different acts that are there, and I believe if we had received these prior to this day, we would have been able to make meaningful, concrete contributions to the process.
I-amendment bill ithinta into ejulile ekhuluma ngezokuphepha engicabanga ukuthi uma kufanele ngivume njengamanje kuzofanele ngivume into ezobeka izwe ukuthi lisebenze kahle noma lizophinde futhi lingenze libeke izwe engcupheni ngoba lithinta ezokuphepha ngokujulile.
This bill talks to a very sensitive matter, which is a matter of security. So if I am going to make an input or accept the bill, it may be I am accepting a bill that is going to put the country at risk or will put the country on a path of security and peace.
Angifuni ke ukuphazamisa umsebenzi esenoqalile sihlalo nethimba lakho.
I do not wish to disturb the good work that you've done, Chair, and your committee.
But ngifuna ukusho ngingananazi ukuthi ngokwe intelligent eSouth Africa asikho confident, angikho confident enough ngomsebenzi osuwenziwe so far.
Let me state categorically, Chair, that insofar as intelligence is concerned in South Africa, I am not impressed.
Ngikushiso ukuthi nizongivumela ukuthi kunama commission amaningi kunezinto esesizenzakaleni ngeke ngisayibalula ngoba ngifuna ukusheshe ngihlale phansi. Kwanama commission enye siyazeka Zondo commission. Mhlawumbe angikhumbuli sekuthulwe ireport isihambisiwe kumengameli ukuthi sebeqoqiwe osibanibani okutshengisa ukuthi ngempela uhlelo lwezomthetho liyasebenza.
An example of what I'm talking about is we've had a lot of commissions in the country. I'll mention the Zondo Commission as an example where a report was handed over to the president, but I haven't heard a single person being announced that they have been arrested as a result of that commission's report.
Angidluleke sihlalo. Bese kuba nalento ethinta lento yama-bank angazi ukuthi ihamba igcine iphi ngokohlelo lohlaka lokuvikeleka. Nizongifakazela mhlambe nina ngalapha ninako mina nalabo esinabo abafowethu. Lento yokuthi njalo nje unemadlana engenile ebank sekune debit ka 79 rand, 90 rand njalo every month kanti sivikeleka mase kwenze njani?
Also on the issue of banking, Chair, maybe from your end you do not experience this, but I know my colleagues and my fellow brothers here do experience this, where you'll find that in your account, if there is money that comes in, you then have a debit of 79 rand or so that is always deducted from your account.
Endimuthinti ibank lithalas kanti lezi zinto sizoreporta kuphi? Ngiyacela ukuthi lolu hlaka ke silekelele kakhulu ngoba ngiyakholela ukuthi kube bengime kahle ngokwezezimali ngabe sengilahlekelwe imali eningi futhi bathathela mina ongathathe entweni.
Also, I really would like this matter to be looked at, because when you contact the banks to complain or report this, they'll tell you that they don't know who's deducting the funds. So if I was a rich man, I would say they would have taken a lot of money from me. But because I am a poor man, they are still taking from the poor.
Okugcina ngizwile kuthintwa indaba ye-establishment of agent service and center. Bengizo recommenda ke la ukuthi mhlawumbe lo lahlaka meseqala ukusebenza alingasuki phezulu luyezansi kodwa ngakhuthaza ukuthi lisebenze in a form of pyramidal system luqala emazingeni aphansi kuye phezulu. Lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi zonke izinto ezisivelelayo noma bekuthiwe kufa umuntu ngoba mekufa umuntu kwi-area encane fanele kukhulu indaba ukuthi ngakusasa lo muntu useboshiwe.
Also, I saw in the bill there was mention of agencies and centers. I would like maybe the constitution of these also to look at a system which will be a bottom-up approach in a form of a pyramid, for example, where there will be information coming from communities. For example, in any community, if somebody has been murdered, the community will know. And if these structures work properly, the perpetrator would be arrested the very next day.
Sengivala ke sihlalo bengifisa ukuthi ithimba lakho nekomiti lakho ngiyacela ukuthi noma ngabe ngiyavuma namhlanje ukuthi cha ibhila iqhubeka isebenze ake niwakhuphuleni amasokisi ukuze ukuthi mekufika isikhathi sokuthi senze evaluation sikwazi ukuzibona ukuthi kukhona esikwenzile noma senza ngalutho. Ngiyabonga.
In closing, Chair, I also support the bill, And I would like to urge you and your committee to intensify your efforts so that when we get to the end, we have an evaluation and we can see that we have indeed delivered in terms of what our mandate was. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cala kwami angibingelele ikhulu zami lapha engihloniphako.
May I first start by greeting our guests that I respect very much.
Kanye nabafowethu esibizwa ngokuthi thina sikhubazekile kanti nani nikhubazekile.
And also my fellow disabled colleagues who we are called disabled, but forgetting that also you are also disabled.
Kani nani mphakathi wonke.
And the community at large.
Igama lami nginguSamson wakamthembu.
My name is Samson Mtembu.
Ngisuka laphane ekuthiwa kusenanda khona kukhuphuke kakhulu ubugebengu khona.
I am from a place called Inanda where there are, the crime volumes are very high.
Ngithi ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu iParliamente elapha phakathi kwethu nathi lasimema ukuthi sibe khona kule ndawo.
I really would like to thank and appreciate the Parliament for coming here and also allowing us or giving us an opportunity to be here.
Mina ke ngiyacala ke kubonana neParliamente ngiyangilibuke nje ko TV kuphela.
For me, it's the first time that I'm seeing members of Parliament. I usually see them on TV.
Engiza nako lapha kubili kuthathu ngizawuhamba bese ngihlala phansi ngingabambeleli umhlangano.
I only have quite a few items and I will just run through them quickly so that I do not hold back or delay the gathering, the meeting.
Umbuzo wami ulapha ukutheni ama-intelligence azawusebenza kanjani, azawuhamba sivakashela yini ey'khungweni zethu thina abakhubazekile noma kosuka thina siye kubona.
I just wanted to find out how this whole intelligence issue will operate. For example, for us as disabled people, will they be able to come down to our own institutions where we reside as disabled people, or we are expected to go to them to relay information?
O noma kuzoba khona umuntu ozoba elite ozoba khona endaweni yethu simazi ukuthi lona uintelligence. Kodwa ngiyacabanga abantu abanjengalabo bayafihlwa akufanele bavele ngoba mabanjalo bazobulawa phela ngoba bakhipha information.
Or will there be a designated person who then will be known to be part of the intelligence? But as far as I know, members of the intelligence community remain unknown, and that's how they operate, because if they are known, they can be killed.
Ngibuza na umbuzo lomunye ke njengoba isizwe sonke sase South Africa umoya nengqondo nemphefumulo siye emavotini.
I'm asking this because we are heading towards elections.
Kunana umdwebele sesubhale laphana lothi X. Bengazi ukuthi mina nangifunda lapha esikolweni ngifail imethi yathishela bese ufika uthishela afaka uX. Ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi intelligence ithini ngalo X, uqonde kuthini, usho ukuthi ngiyakwazi lenkuvotela noma angikwazi ngobe thina sibuya ngala ngemuva esingafundanga ukuthi asenze lo X. Shoti ngabe usho ukuthini lo X kuma intelligence nasashekela asibukela ukuthi uqonde kuthini.
My question is around when I was still in school, if you had done badly or you got the answer wrong as a student, the teacher will put an X next to your answer. Now we are going to elections and we are told you need to put an X next to your selection in the ballot paper. So I want the intelligence to also explain what this X really means, because I'm confused. As a student, it means you are wrong. Now, what does it really mean?
Kimi ke ngqondweni kusho ukuthi leke ngikuvotelako angikwazi.
So to me, in my mind, it means basically what I'm voting for is something that I don't even know myself.
Ngako ke sesisho ukuthi abake bongicheckela lama-intelligent abuye nama nginikeze impendulo njengomuntu okhubazekile ongaziluthi.
I would like maybe the members of the intelligence community to investigate this whole saga and also give me feedback as a disabled person.
Okunye engaba nombuzo nako engeke ngahlangabezana nako ngisela eSouth Africa.
Noise levels, please. We can't hear the speaker anymore.
Besicela sehlise umsindo ngoba asamuzwa lo okhulumayo.
Okunye ebengifuna ukukubuza ukuthi uma mina ngidibane nenkinga engihlangabezane nawo ngihlangabezana kanjani nama intelligence kuze akwazi ukungisiza ngobe ngike ngaba nenkinga phambilini lengeke ngikhulume la kumbe zikhona inhloli zose ziyayithatha leyo information ukuthi ngingenza njani ngibonane nama intelligence ukuze ayongisiza kule ngxaki engake ngahlangabezana nayo enzima kakhulu empilweni yami nalamhla ngikwazi ukuphila kahle ngaleyo sigameko esenzeka kimi.
Also, my question is around whistleblowers. I would like to know how the whole issue of whistleblowing will operate when it comes to intelligence, because I have had a situation in my life where, which affected me a great deal, but I'm not sure as to how to report this matter, because I don't know, even here, there might be people who are spying on me, who I then cannot be able to mention the matter because of fear of reprisals. But I would like to know, how do we report safely?
Ngiyathanda kwehlisa ngithe ngizoba mfishane zinenge indaba ebengayikhuluma neParliament lethu ngiyacela ukuthi iParliament lingixashe nami ngiyoba intelligent.
There is a lot that I wanted to say, but I will be brief. And lastly, I would like the Parliament to employ me as well so that I can be part of the intelligence community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yebo ngizosukuma nokubingelela ngokuhlukahlukana kwini. Bingelele nonke.
I would like to greet you all protocols observed.
Mina nginguphilane ngwakangubo ngisuka eWard 97 eManzimtoti.
My name is Pilani Ngubo from Ward 97 in Manzimtoti.
Isikhalo sami lana ngikhala ngeyitolo zokufika.
My issue is around foreign owned shops.
Kule itolo lezi zokufika sithola ukudla okubolile sithole nokudla okuyifake.
In these shops we find expired food and also we find fake products.
Esingazi ukuthi lokudla bakwakhaphi ngoba ufice idrinki uthole ukuthi le drinki ayifani noyithenge eShoprite ayifani noyithenge kuyitolo zabantu bala ekhaya.
For example, you'll find that they sell cool drinks which differs from the cool drinks that you'll find in other shops that are run by our local people or shops like ShopRite.
Ngisho njena insipho zokugeza zinomahluko nje.
Including bathing soaps, they are also very, very different.
Nokunye ke futhi okungangiphathi kahle okwenzekayo eThekwini edolobheni lethu. Edolobheni lethu kuneqembu elibizwa ngokuthi amaTanzani.
Also, what concerns me a great deal in our city is that there is a group called Tanzanians.
LamaTanzani adume ngokubamba inkunzi edrobheni lokho kanjena kuyangihlukumeza ukuthi kungasuka abantu ngaphandle bese la eSouth Africa bezosibamba inkunzi.
What this group is known for is robbing people or mugging people in the city or in town. And what worries me and concerns me a lot is that how can we allow people to move from another country to come and mug people in our own country?
Ngizodla ke ngamafishane ngiyabonga kade ngangifisa ukuthi nguthule lo mbiko.
I'll be very brief and I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I've always wanted to find a platform to raise this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greeting everyone. Thank you so much for the parliament to come down to us. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank my mayor, Mr. Mkolisi Kaunda, for making this day possible.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngibingelele wonke umuntu okhona, ngibingelele iparlamente bese ngiphinde futhi ngisukume nokubonga imeya yethu umnumzana nomhlonishwa uKhaunda ngokuthi asinikezele lithuba.
First of all, I would say sometimes we gather like this and we raise our concern, but you don't put it on practical. I'll take one scenario. President Ramaphosa announced that murder case or rape case, those are the sentences there is death sentence. But till now, that is not in practice. They rather give what you call a parole, and the person come back and kill more people.
Ngisukuma nokubeka ukuthi siyayenze inqumo noma sibeke izinto noma simemezele izinto kodwa ke
You, maybe an introduction. Can I remind everybody you introduce yourself if you come from an organization or whatever, maybe we all do that.
bengicela ukuthi ngikhumbuze abasazokhuluma ukuthi besicela ukuthi uzethule uzisho ukuthi ubani nenhlangano ophuma kuyo ngaphambi ukuthi uqale ukhulume.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. My name is Pam Taylor. I'm from Kitomena. I'm from Dr. Taylor Foundation.
Igama lami ngu Pam Taylor from the Dr. Taylor Foundation from Kitomena. Bekade sengishilo ukuthi siba nenkinga la uthola ukuthi sibeka izinto kodwa kungabi khona into ebonakalayo eyenzakala ngalezo zinto lezo. Isibonelo nje umongameli wakhuluma ngeigwebo ezifana nesigwebo sentambo kubantu ababulalayo kodwa uthola ukuthi labantu laba akwenzeki lokho okwenzakalayo ukuthi labantu banikezwe lokho abathi parole.
Okay. I will put something like unreal because it happened to me. 2018, my neighbor was released on parole. That was in October 2018. January 2019, he killed my son, who was a doctor at DUT and a lecturer.
Also, what happened, for example, to illustrate the point I've just made.
The noise levels, please.
Umsindo bakwethu ngathi usuphezulu kakhulu. Ukuchaza ke noma okwenzeka kimi ukusekela lephuze bekade ngilishilo leni ukuthi abantu banikezwe iparole baphinde babulale futhi. Umakhelwane wami wanikezwe iparole ngoOctober 2018 kwathi February wabuya wazobulala undodana wami owayengumfundisi oyilecturer eDUT ene PhD udokotela.
The judgment was he's getting a life sentence. And that was not a death sentence, but life sentence.
Isigwebo sasithi ke ugwetshwe udilika jele noma bathi life sentence.
It happened that same thing to my mother who was murdered, and they said we must go and meet the murderers of my mother and we must sign that we agree that they must get a parole. And then I refused. They put pressure on me, telling me that this is not our decision, but this is the minister's decision. You cannot stand against the minister.
Okwenzeka ke futhi nakumama wami owabulawa kwathiwa asihambe siyobonana nombulali sivume sisayine ukuthi akanikezwe ushwele noma lokho bathi parole. Sanqaba ke kodwa ke sathi mesinqaba basifakela ingcindezi yokuthi asihambe siyobonana nalomuntu sisayine ukuthi akanikezwe iparole ngoba lokhu asizukwazi ukuvimba ngoba isinqumo sika ngqongqoshe.
Another thing is we are oppressed as citizens, we are oppressed by our authorities. They build like RDP houses for poor people like us, but there's no access. I will take a typical example for my house. I need to buy a helicopter to get to my house. There's no access at all. As I speak, my son now is disabled. He's heavy, he's 23 years and he's tough. I cannot carry him. I'm old myself, I'm 55 years old. I cannot carry him on my back to take him to clinic, to hospital, or wherever he wants to go to. It's too much for me. I've spoken to the authorities from the time I got that house, where there was still an access. I asked them to leave and don't build in front of my house because at least we're gonna have access, like 4 neighbors, we got no access. They said we have access at the back of our houses where the bank is 4 meters high and you cannot move there. I invited the project manager, Mr. Pato. He failed to climb where he's saying I must climb on. I invited another project manager and then Mayor, it was Mayor Obetimlaba then. He also failed to climb there where they said I must climb. And I told them, I'm not a spider and my children, I'm not gonna climb the wall. Leave this space because the houses are not there yet. Then they said, it's on the map. It was an architecture that drew up and they agreed with the engineer that it must be like this. So we always oppressed. We are small, fair enough, but the people that are high position, some of them, they were elected by us by voting. But once you're up there, they forget about us completely.
Okunye kungiphatha kabi ke kumayelana nendawo yami yokuhlala, ngihlala endlini nontotana wami oneminyaka engamashumi 23 years old, okhubazekile. Awukwazi ukungena endlini ngamazwi akukho intuba yokungena noma indlela yokungena ehlelekile. Kunomuzi wakhiwe phambi kowami. Ngakho uma ngabe ngifuna ukungena endlini yami kusho ufuna untotana wami njengoba ena 23 emkhulu nakangaka ezidlakela sensizwe. Angikwazi ngisho ukumthwala ngoba ngina 55 ngimdala nami. Akwazi ukuthi aye esibhedlela noma aye lapho efuna ukuya khona. Ngamanye amazwi uma befuna ukungena endlini ngifuna ngithole noma indize enophephela umhlane ukuze ivele ingehlise khona nje ngoba angikwazi ukungena. Ngakubika lolu daba kuyiphathimandla zeTheku kusayimeya uObed Mlaba ngesikhathi kuuye umeya kwafika ke ababephethe umsebenzi. Oqala wafika wathi ayifuna siphume ngemuva kwendlu la okunodonga olude khona kodwa wathi mangabe zama uligibela lolu donga wahluleka. Kwafika owesibili naye kwaba yiso leso. Ngakho ke angazi ukuthi kungani thina abantu abancane singahlonishwa kodwa sibe sivota kuyithina esikhetha iziphathimandla zezwe lethu.
And I don't know how intelligent is going to work because according to what I'm hearing, each and every police station, they should have intelligent officers. But what happened to me last year, my car got stolen and it was recovered by a car tracker. Then when I went to the police station to see the condition of my car, then I phoned the car tracker to send me the pictures of the condition of the car, where they recovered, how was it looking like. They were not corresponding. More things were gone missing inside the police station. The solution there, because the chairperson said sometimes we must put solutions. The solution there should be cameras in and out of the premises of the police station. And in front of me, while I was sitting waiting for the breakdown, the police were stripping other people's cars right in front of me. I didn't sit in the church office, I was sitting in my car watching each and every move that was happening there, which is not right.
Also, on the issue of intelligence, I hear that there will be intelligence officers that will be employed. I would like this to be also included in, I also hear that there are, kunabantu abasebenza ngezobunhloli abanye babuye babekwe noma ema-police station kodwa okwenzeka kimi ngalahlekelwa imoto okwathi mangabe seyitholakele isithombe ngasinikezwa abaka-tracker semoto isatholakele kubo noma isisendaweni yamaphoyisa sasihlukile kakhulu ngangokuthi ngathi ngisemotweni yami ngangibuka amaphoyisa ethatha izinto noma izingxenye zeyimoto ezinye ezazilapho ke epolice station. Ngakho bengicela ukuthi kube khona indlela yokuthi kube namakhamera ngoba kuthiwa asenze iphakamiso, kube namakhamera azoba ngaphakathi ema-police station phandle ukuze kufike kugwenywe lokhu noma lo mkhuba. Chair, the noise levels are a bit, so I struggle to hear the speaker.
The noise.
Yes, Chair.
Please, The noise levels. I was counting, seemingly it's the 10th time that I'm asking about the noise. We are drowning the speaker, please.
Usihlalo becela ukuthi ke sehlise umsindo ngoba uthi ihlandlo leshumi manje ecela ukuthi kwehlisa umsindo ngoba umsindo mawube umkhulu asimuzwa lo oyisikhulumi la phambili ubecela ukuthi sehlise umsindo.
Lastly, last year, November, no, 2022 November, the police broke into my house. They didn't break in, they forced to get into my house. I wasn't at home. It was my disabled son and a little girl. They forced to get in to look for whatever they're looking for. Then eventually they went to my bedroom where they stole my money, they stole my laptop. When I came back, I went to go and open up a case, but to date, they have never done anything about that case. They phoned the police station because I had their number, they phoned me. I gave the police the number for the person who phoned me and told me that she's a police, she came to investigate something in my house. And then they phoned her, but up until now, I'm in the mist, dark mist, I don't know what is going on from 2022 November to date. I thank you.
Okunye okwenzekile ke ngonyaka 2022 kwafika amaphoyisa angena endlini yami ngokungemthetho kukhona undodana wami nondodakazi okwathi mangabe ngena endlini egumbini lami lokulala athatha ke imali ne laptop yami engathi mengibika kuze kube manje engakusho nje ukuthi akaze kuze kwenzeke lutho khona wangifonela washo ukuthi wayifikile kodwa akaze kuze kwenzeke lutho nama ngazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngaleli icala. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Asibingelele usihlalo, sibingelele ithimba lonke leParliament, sibingelele wonke ama structures akhona nama portfolios awakhona, sibingelele ioffice lika mayor. Okwami kufishane kakhulu.
Sorry. I would like to greet the committee and all structures and representatives of portfolios present as well as the office of the mayor. Mine is going to be very brief.
Mhlambe igama lami ke nguAndile ongakajali ke kodwa ayilo dlala ibhola udila ne safety.
I'm Andile Jali, not the soccer player, but I deal with safety.
Oqhamuka kwinhlangano ekuthiwa eThekwini neighborhood watch NPC aphinde futhi abekwenye ekuthiwa isakhulusha as treasure NPC nayo.
From eThekwini Neighborhood Watch NPC as well as another one called
Sakhu Ulusha non-profit company.
And also a member of Saka Ulusha, a non-profit company.
Into engifisa ukuyiraise ukuthi before sizivume lo mthetho njengabahlali bakulelizwe noma njengezakhamuzi zaseThekwini, but ngine concern e1 ethi ngibuka isimo noma iphutha elenzekayo ukuthi mhlamba licoach kuke kwenzeke sibizwe imbizweni ezihlukene ezodila ne-safety only to find ukuthi kubizwa umphakathi in general kugcina sekurezwa ama-concern athinta amakhansela nento edivertayo towards ubugebengu lobu esizodila nabo igcine engayiserve purpose.
Okungikhathazayo kakhulu ukuthi siyaye sithi uma ngabe sibizwa ukuzobeka izimvo zethu ey'thangameni ey'fana lezi uthola ukuthi kugcina sekubekwa iy'khalo ey'phathelene mhlawumbe namakhansela kugcina engasakhulunywa ngaloku okuthinta ubugebengu. Oh sorry.
Mina ngicabanga ngokwami bengizothi
Sorry, ngikhulume ngesiZulu kade ngikhuluma. I wanted to raise a concern that I have where we're being called to gatherings like these, where you'll find that the members of the community end up talking about other matters, complaining about councillors and so forth, instead of dealing with the crime issue that is supposed to be discussed at that particular gathering.
mina ngokucabanga ngokwami since sibuke ezweni rate of unemployment is very high, I strongly believe ukuthi sinabantu abafundela umthetho abangasebenzi abakhona ebekubize ngasinabo la 2 uma sinikezwa lo mthetho ekumele sizowubuka nathi si-ede uzuphasiswe bekubizwe sinikezwe kusane isikhathi nginale worry ethi akekho onga-understand ukuthi we are going to the government elections mhlawumbe ngingazi national government elections mhlawumbe ngingazi ukuthi kuphuthunywa ngoba sekumele sithi masiqala sivota already umthetho usuphasisiwe kanti mina bengizothi ngokwami mhlawumbe besingalindi ngani siqale sivota masiqeda ukuvota sibe siyobuyekeza lo mthetho mase siyabuya sowuphasisa ukuze sazi ukuthi isinqumo esisithathayo sosizizwe kanye nabo abawufundela umthetho abo understand kangcono.
Yeah. My worry is that we Here, we have also high unemployment in the country, and you have people who are law graduates who understand law better. And we are now asked to make representations on this particular bill. I believe that this bill we should have been given sufficient time to also look at this bill so that we can make meaningful contributions. However, I think we are being rushed to pass this bill before elections because we are going to elections. I would have loved that maybe we would have paused, voted, and then once we vote, we review the bill and then come and make contributions that are meaningful to the bill.
Mhlawumbe ukulinganisa nje kafishane ngizoquote into esimple ukuthi sinenkinga njengezwe i-load shedding. Kuka appointwa noma ngeke ngisamention by names umuntu ozobhekelela indaba zogesi ezweni. Only to find out ukuthi profession yakhe is a civil engineer. Kwabe ngazi ukuthi isimo soshintsha ba namhlanje buka njenge-country sikuphi. It's because akekho directly to linking esinayo, but yena uyi-civil engineer. That means bekumele appoint umuntu o directed to ugesi. Job usihlupha like it's either it's an electrical engineer ozokwazi uku-understand ama-issues sikwazi ukuthi sidlule once. So ilento engenza ngithi mina mhlambe kubiza ukuthi siyibukisise kahle lento ukuthi masithi siyawu-amenda lo mthetho asibalande phela nalabo abawufundele ngoba sinabo and abasebenzi so ubuka nabo ukuze masiwu-amenda sivumelane ngento ezosiza izwe lethu singayivumi manje nge-excitement but kusasa isikhothe then isilimaze sigcine sesicindezele njengoba sicindezeleni ngiyabona.
My view is that just like how we have an instance in the electricity sector, we have load shedding. There was an appointment that was made of an individual, I'm not going to mention by name, who is a civil engineer by qualification and who was supposed to deal with electricity matters. I feel it should have been somebody with an electricity or electrical engineering qualification who was appointed to that position so that they will understand what the issues are around that space. Similarly with this bill, I believe that we should have had people who are law experts who are going to be able to explain and also interact with the bill, interrogate the bill thoroughly so that we take a decision whether we approve or we support the bill or not, having information that is sufficient for us to be able to take that decision.
Ake kungeneke kwi-intelligence internally and foreign intelligence. Mhlambe ngingasho mina kafishane ukuthi as a country mhlambe asinayo intelligence. Ake ngibuke internally. Asinayo intelligence. Why I'm saying this? It's because sike saba nesimo esihlasela izwe somlutho. Lapha ehaba kushawa icontainer eneyinhlamvu nezibhamu. And umbuzo uthi ubani wayitshelela abantu ngale container because maningi ama container bayibona kanjani. Ube kuthiwa besine intelligence efruitfully bekubize ngabe lento inqande before yenzeke because into before yenzeke iqala iplanwe because I strongly believe ukuthi la ama container maningi anafana mawusithatha mina njengojala uthi jala ikhomba icontainer eneyinhlamvu la ngeke ngikwazi ukutshengisa because ayafana but bona bakwazi ukuyidiscover and izathathwa lezi zinto namhlanje siyabulalana emphakathini ubugebengu ngabwehli ukufaka abantu akupheli only to find ukuthi intelligence yasilekho ukuthi ukwazi ukusave as a country again sekwenzekile ngoba iphutha lenzeka ithi into yami seyithathiwe lezi ibhamu iphi intelligence phela ukulandelela ukuthi engabe zathatha obani sibone labantu beboshwa but naman even today asikaze sibone abantu okuthiwa bathatha ibhamu beboshwa lento state intelligence asinayo South Africa kusho siphephile.
Also, I would also like to know, because I see the bill talks to intelligence, foreign and domestic. To give an example of the domestic, we had July unrest here in Durban at the Durban Harbour. There was a container that had ammunition and firearms that was looted. And that for me is a case of grave concern because it means we don't have intelligence. Because the people who identified that container wouldn't have known. How did they know that that container, out of all those containers at the harbour, had ammunition and firearms? And those firearms were then taken, and hence we are having such high rates of murder in where we reside. And I really would like to know exactly what has happened in terms of tracing how this came about, because then it means our intelligence is non-existent in the country.
Ngizomsekhonda uzakwethu othi lo mthetho subuke siye ku ground level ngoba sinayo intelligence esingathi khona ekuhlaleni but nayo futhi ayikho fruitfully. Why I'm saying this njengoba ngisebenza ukuphepha since abantu bengasaphephile eThekwini because kumasipala weTheku we initiated a program ethi abantu abayivikele bona ukulekela amaphoyisa khona nayo ku intelligence mangabe khona because asiyiboni isebenza. vele ke ba abantu abacashile but abahamba phansi, but into engenza ngisho njalo ukuthi sithola besifonela thina as abantu abadila ne-street patrolling besibuza ukuthi makunama incident athile eNanda jali nazini angi-expectile umuntu oyi-intelligence engabuza mina ngabe ngikhama ne-information ezosiza thina njengecountry and isitshela ukuthi i-intelligence eSouth Africa sinayo kuyabuyekeza ukuthi ake beqale phandle abantu ukuthi bebekhona beqale phandle bayoqeqeshwa noma kwandiswa abanye abantu abazozonda i-crime first mese bedele intelligence ukuze sikwazi ukuthi njengecountry siyibone siphephile. Enye into engifisa ukuthi siyibheke ukuthi ngiyafisa
Also, another issue is the of intelligence at ground level. I support the colleague who said intelligence must work from the ground up. In communities where we live, you find that as I'm involved in community safety, we end up having to take up the role of protecting the community ourselves because our crime intelligence is not working adequately. And also what you'll find is that you have people who are hired into these positions. We know that they are supposed to be unknown or anonymous, but when you find them being the ones who are calling myself as Charlie, asking me what is the situation or what is happening around security in my area, that raises a serious concern.
Mhlambe ubakutwala umthetho bengiwuphasisa bengizothi both internally and foreign intelligence bengizothi mina ayihlangane ingahlukani sibalekela i-accountability ukuthi bangagcini be-shift blame because makuluthiwe kwakubuzwa eyangaphandle nayibuza eyangaphakathi. Secondly, sinabantu abaningi asebengena ezweni lethu ngokungemthetho kumele ngabalandeleke ngoba abanye bazokhoza ubugebengu ezweni lethu and abantu bethu abasaphephile ekuhlaleni kodwa umthetho sinawo. Lento ikutshela ukuthi mina njengomfajala ngikwazi vele ngisonje nje manje ngiyekuyizwe leyo makhelwa njengeZimbabwe njengeNamibia ngingezokwenza lutho without permit fike ngibeke icontainer ngidayise whatever I like ayikho into enjalo but eSouth Africa siyakuthola lokho siyayidinga intelligence osidiyana labantu ngoba njengoba ngena bebaningi kangaka ingoba eSouth Africa noma eThekwini ikwamayitapele kwamazenzele umuntu ufika la abeke icontainer athi ugunda abantu only to find udayisa ama drugs and to destroy future yengane zethu nabafowethu.
Also, I would like to I see the bill talks to foreign and domestic intelligence services. For me, I think combining these two will be more feasible because for me, I think if you have a situation where there must be accountability, the foreign will also point fingers at the domestic. For example, here in eThekwini or in our country, you find that there are people who are coming in that are not traceable. You'll find a person who will come in and put up a container and start selling whatever that they feel like selling because they can do anyhow here in eThekwini because it's where people do as they please. But for me as Mr. Charlie, I cannot go to Zimbabwe or any other country and just be there not knowing what I'm there for. Therefore, even in Namibia. So I would like a situation where we can be able to trace these people because you'll find people who come into eThekwini, put up a container under the pretext that they have a barber shop, only to find that they are selling drugs in that container.
Engakusho kafishane ukuthi asile nabafethu bokufika kodwa umuntu akangene ngepermission angazobulala izwe lethu ngoba nathi asikwazi ukubulala elakhe la isuka khona. Secondly, sinewari la Albert Park nje la iduze njengoba seseThekwini as municipality kunendawo laphana ongakuvela ungene khona kunabantu esibabiza ngamaphara asebakhe isingaphekwe hotel ento abahlala kuyona ngoba ningakhona namaphoyisa abasaba nabezomthetho babasaba only to find ukuthi ngaphakathi khona abantu abazenza bona kanti ababona they are well trained emazweni abo kulento yobusosha and baphatha ama-ammunition badefenda labantu if ever uthi uyoclean itheku uzofika uhlangane nalabantu bakudubula uba kuthiwa se-intelligence eproper engabe sesiklinele into lapha eThekwini ngoba i-affect abantu bethu and yenza amathuba omsebenzi eSouth Africa anciphe noma eThekwini particular ngoba siseThekwini anciphe ngoba akekho umtshali imali ozotshala izimali zakhe eThekwini elingahlelekile nele-high rate of crime njengoba sibona.
Also, I am not against people from other countries coming into our country, as long as they follow the proper channels and are documented. However, my main concern, secondly, is that an example here in Albert Park, there is an area which has become a haven for people that are called paras or amapara. And you'll find that there are people who are foreign nationals who are trained militarily, heavily trained, and who carry heavy artillery or heavy high caliber weapons, when you try to make efforts to try and clean up the area, you find that these are the people who come and defend those people and you get shot. And I really don't know what to do because believe if there was intelligence, that area would have been dealt with swiftly and once and for all.
Bengizothi ke mina kafishane mhlambe sengigoqa inkulu yami ngizothi besifisa ukuthi njoba siyovota ngoba ngeke mina ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngithi lo mthetho awuqhubeke ngiyawumisa up until sibone after elections, but bengifisa ukuthi ke sibuyekeze indlela iintelligence ephila ngayo ezweni lakithi ngoba ayikho and ibeka impilo zethu engcupheni ngoba siphenduka thina sibe intelligence sabantu and umuntu onjalo uthathwa njengempimpi eSouth Africa ugcine sebulawa. So siyafisa ukuthi iParliament ke lucwaninge lendlela esibekayo kungabe ukuthi nje basila besimane sokwenza kodwa already umthetho supersele ngoba izikhona into ezibe kanje sihlangane kanje kanti already nje sekuthi sidlule kule protocol as if umuntu kuthiwa apply umsebenzi already usuqashelwe abantu abathile. Siyafisa ke nathi njengoba sibeka lezi imfuno ukuthi iParliament ke leyo icubungula ukuze senze sure ukuthi impilo zabantu baseThekwini noma South Africa baphephile. Ngiyabonga.
I also would like to raise the issue about the bill that in as much as an individual, I cannot stop the bill from being passed. I don't know, maybe by the time we go to elections, it will be passed. But I would like to suggest that we make sure that when we do look at these things, for example, we are now as community members, the intelligence of the country, because the intelligence of the country is non-existent. And as individuals, we are not protected, so that puts our lives at risk. Let us not come to these gatherings to just have a talk shop. Let's get some of these things that we are raising here being taken seriously and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Reads the chair.
Ngibingelela usihlalo.
Protocol observed.
Ngibingelela wonke umuntu ngokuyigaba zabo.
My name is Kumbuzo Nkuku.
Igama lami nguSikhumbuzo
Nkuku.
Nkuku.
I'm coming from African National Congress, Ward 109.
Ngiphuma Ward 109 ngimele inhlangano African National Congress.
I would like to firstly,
Please.
Bakwethu,
Please.
siyacela bakwethu usihlalo becela siyeke ukuba ngumsindo ngoba siphazamisa uhlelo. Siyabonga.
I would like to acknowledge the initiative. Thank you so much.
Ngithanda ke ukuthi ngibonge lolu hlelo olwenziwa yiParliament. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Well, I'm not going to derive from the core areas that we're focusing on in terms of the objectives of amending this act.
Angizuphambuka kakhulu ke nezinhloso ngqangi eziholela ekuthenini kubuyekezwe noma kuchitshiyelwe lo mthetho sivivinyo.
I would like to say I support this act. However, there's few points that I think there was an oversight that are very important. They were left out in this preparation of this program.
Okokuqala bengifisa ukuthi ngiyaweseka umthetho sivivinyo kodwa ngibone ngathi mengubheka khona indawo lapho ngathi kuzame kweqeke khona ngephutha ngekathi kuhlanganisa umthetho sivivinyo.
Let's look matters pertaining to economical sabotage.
Ake sibheke nje izinto ezifana noma zokushokobezwa kwezomnotho, economic sabotage,
which are critical key for the survival of this country, but it's being omitted.
okuyizinto ezibaleke kakhulu ekuqhubekeni kokusebenza noma kuba khona kwezwe lethu kodwa ke ngibona zingekho lapha.
Well, I'm not going to go too specific in details, but because right now my understanding regarding the act and all those things is more about putting the framework, and then the guys that are operational will enable so that it can suit the purpose that they intended to achieve.
Angizugxila kakhulu ke kokuningi kodwa ngokucabanga kwami uma ngabe kusuke kwenziwa lolu hlelo lwenziwa kusuke ukuthi kwenziwe nje umhlahlandlela bese kuba khona kuyibona ke abazoqinisekisa ukuthi konke lokhu kusebenza ngaphansi kwalomhlahlandlela osuke wakhiwe.
My other challenge that I have is the capacity. Yes, we have all these big laws and good system that we want to implement. Do we have enough capacity?
Okunye okungikhathaza kakhulu amandla okwazi ukuthi kwenziwe umsebenzi icapacity ukuthi sinayo yonke lemithetho nezinhlelo ezikhona ezinhle kodwa ingabe sinawo amandla ukuthi lezi inhlelo nemisebenzi kusebenze ngendlela efanele.
Just to highlight one of the things that is being presented here, we are reconstructing the intelligent because it has been compromised and weakened.
Okunye engifisa ukubalula ukuthi njengamanje nje sizama ukuthi silungise zobunhloli bese zithenwe amandla noma zinqindwe amandla.
But we are not focusing on the issues, how we are going to build these pillars. Yes, we have agencies that are inflated, that has different interests. In terms of the acts and all, how are you going to deal with this? Whoever that is taking over, what is the plan? What is the guidelines that they need to follow? I don't see it here.
Yebo sinazi inhlaka ezibekiwe kodwa angiboni ukuthi ubani ngempela ozolandelela ukuthi konke lokho okushiwayo noma okuhlongozwayo kumthetho sivivinyo kuyenziwe.
Just to substitute my point in terms of capacity, we have police stations that are guarded by security companies.
Uqinisa ke mhlawumbe noma ukugcizelela iphuzu engizama ukulenza ukuthi sinema police station noma izinto zamaphoyisa kodwa ezigadwe abaqaphi abazimele.
That's not good about our intelligence of the country. Secondly, I don't want to re-emphasize because it's already been emphasized regarding looting and all the other areas that I'm aware of. Obviously, the intelligence somewhere is sleeping. They need to wake up. Because if we had intelligence, we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation.
Angizukuthinta ke okudlame noma ukucikelwa phansi nokutshwa kwempahla kwenzeka ephambilini wasekubaluliwe lokho kodwa kuyakhomba ukuthi abezomhloli balele emsebenzini ngoba uma uthombe kade bengalele ngabe akwenzekanga konke lokho.
Where I'm looking at as an ordinary citizen, in terms of leadership, in terms of how it's supposed to overlay each and every security cluster, there's no communication. Yet we say, who's the arbiter in terms of the risk of the country? It's the intelligent. So there's no single point of responsibility. What I would like to see going forward, I do support this bill, but a proper and effective way of dealing with current issues. Yes, other areas of interest in terms of driving the economy and all those things, they cannot win if the intelligence is not active.
Okunye ke okungikhathazayo kakhulu yebo ngiyaseka umthetho sivivinyo kodwa ke okunye okungikhathazayo kakhulu ukuthi uma ngabe kukhulunywa ngezobunhloli ezobunhloli zithinta zonke izinhlaka zezokuphepha kodwa manje angiboni kukhona okwenzekayo okukhomba lokho futhi uma ngabe lokhu kungenzeki ichaza ukuthi izwe lethu alizokwazi ukuthi lisimame awukwazi umphaka izwe ukuthi lisimame ngezomnotho uma ngabe ezobunhloli zingasebenzi ngendlela efanele.
We have an issue. I think most people, they talk about drugs. You go to rural areas, I travel. You go to rural areas, you go to urban in South Africa, you will find a para somewhere. We've got other issues. I don't want to go to Zamazam and all those things, but I'm just trying to portray the situation that affects you almost every day. When you drive here, you go to the airport, you'll find a para. The question is, this industry is very lucrative. Yet, obviously, somebody who's got a brain behind it. If the intelligence was very proactive, because this is another economical sabotage, to be honest with you. Right now, if we have an intelligence in this country that is effective, they will be able to identify where are the areas, where is the shortfall, and then capacitate the shortfall as it comes.
Okunye ke engifuna ukubalula ukuthi uma ngabe usuka la endaweni esemadolobheni noma uye endaweni esemakhaya ngeke ungalitholi iphara lapho umbuzo ke engizibuza wona ukuthi akwazi ukuthi ngaba yinto ekhona zonke izindawo ingenaye umuntu ongqondongqondo okuchazayo ukuthi yenye indlela zokucekela phansi umnotho wethu njengezwe le yamaphara kodwa kuba kuthiwa ezomhloli beyisebenza ngendlela efanele kufanele ngabe ziyakwazi ukuthi ziphenye kutholakala ukuthi ngabe obani ngoba leli business elenza enhle imali ngokubuka kwami ngabe kufanele ngabe sekwatholakala ukuthi obani abazuzayo ngalo ngoba kuyacaca ukuthi kwenziwa ngabomu.
The president took over the intelligence. Right now, as it stands, what has changed? This is the question that the society is asking.
Okunye ke umongameli wathatha ezomhloli wazifaka ngaphansi kwehhovisi lakhe kodwa kuze kube manje akaze kube khona izinguquko. Imibuzo ke le ebuzwa ke umphakathi la sikhona.
On the last note, I think the overall, because the whole idea, I think by virtue of us being here, we love South Africa. Some of us had an opportunity to be outside South Africa in those years. We didn't roam around in those countries. There were rules and regulations that we had to follow. We didn't cause anarchy. We never had an history of anarchy, the South African, that they caused outside during those challenging times. Yes, we are here because those countries has law and order. All we are appealing to those who are given powers to execute this mandate, do your job. Try and assist us as South Africans to feel safe. And the intelligence is the key to make sure that the government achieve its objective in terms of financial independence, in terms of attracting investors, intentions, so ukuthi imsebenzi ibe khona kubantu. If there's anarchy, where are people going to work?
Also sengivala nje okunye bengifisa ukubalula ukuthi mina ngomunye walabo ababa nethuba lokuthi abe ngaphandle kwezwe. Ngekathi lapha azange thina sihambe sibe ondinga sithebeni sehla senyuka azange futhi siqale sidale inqoshunqoshu kulawa mazwe ngoba lawa mazwe nemithetho saya lapha sasiphatha ngendlela efanele ngakho ke ungani kuyekelwa abantu abafika ezweni lethu benze umathanda ingoba ezomhloli azisebenzi ngendlela efanele ngoba bathiwa zisebenza ngendlela efanele ngabe lezi zinto ezenzakalayo aziphazamisi intuthuko ngokwezomnotho intuthuko ngokwezenhlalo yabantu nentuthuko yezwe nje jikelele.
In closing, we love our brothers and sisters from other countries. We encourage them to come and assist us where there's a lack of skills so that it can be at the benefit of their interests and the country as well. But while we're doing that, we need to respect the rules and regulation of the sovereignty of the South African people. Thank you.
Sengihlala phansi ngifisa ukubeka ukuthi ke nabafowethu bangaphandle nodadewethu siyabathanda impela futhi siyafisa ukuthi bezezweni lethu bezosilekelela lapho singenawo amakhono khona kodwa ke besifisa ukuthi konke okwenzekayo kwenzeke ngendlela enokuhlonipha umthetho ngoba nathi siyayihlonipha imithetho yakwamanye amazwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Ngibingelela iParliament.
Greetings to the Parliamentary Committee.
Ngibingelelo zakwethu esidedicate ukuthi sibelana ngolusuku.
And greetings to my colleagues who have been deployed with me to be part and parcel of this gathering.
Engizokhuluma namhlanje with the intelligence ngizokhuluma ngendaba yabantu abasha.
What I'm going to talk about when it comes to intelligence is an issue that touches on the young people, the youth.
Introduction.
Oh.
Igama lami ngu-Asanda Cingo from Ward 34.
My name is Asanda Cingo from Ward 34.
As a ward committee.
A member of the ward committee.
I-problem esinayo eSouth Africa kuukuthi sithatha abantu abasha sibagcinilisa kakhulu ukuthi baye esikolweni. La inkinga ikhona uma sebephuma esikolweni baphuma benenkinga yokuthi akukho la bazosebenza khona. That's the number one.
One of the problems that we have here in South Africa is that we encourage young people to go to school, And when they finish school, you find that there's no place which is willing to employ them or is ready to employ them.
Sinabantu abasha abanama level 2 to level 6 abangasebenzi. Sinabantu abasha abanama diploma abangasebenzi. Sinabantu abasha abanama degree abangasebenzi. Sinabantu abasha abanama honors abangasebenzi in different sections and the department.
We have a number of young people with a plethora of qualifications.
La
but they
sesibuya
are not
khona ke
employed.
sesibona ukuthi yila thina ezuhulumente wase South Africa esikhanda laba bantu esibabiza ngamaphara.
And that's where I realized that as the government of South Africa, we are the ones who are creating the people called Amapara.
Ufundile ayikho into ozoyenza uhleli nemaster yakho for 10 years ekhaya akho into ozoyenza unamsebenzi. Even if uhulumente wethu uma esesibhekelela kuloko asibhekelela kwama internship nama learnership noba umuntu se-applyile akukho kubuyayo kushoyo ukuthi bathathiwe iyona nkinga esinayo leyo internship singayazi ukuthi iphelelaphi.
And also you find people with qualifications like, for example, a master's degree sitting at home, and even when they do apply for learnerships or internships, you don't find any feedback. And that makes me wonder where these internships and learnerships end up.
Even now, if you can go around our communities, uzofika abantu abasha begcwele emgaqweni bedla idakamizwa ngoba umsebenzi abanawo abanama activity akhona.
Even if you can go around our communities, you'll find a lot of young people sitting around doing nothing and taking drugs because they've got no work that they can do.
Ngibuye ngize kule yokubulawa kwabantu kakhulu. Siyagcininisa ukuthi intelligence siyakucela ikulandelele ukuthi kungani abantu bebulawa kangaka. Bakubalile ozakwethu. Kubulawa izingane, kubulawa abantu abasha. Sibuye futhi sibheke endabeni yokuthi iSAPS isebenza ngendlela na. Ngenza umzekelo kwindawo mina engihlala kuyo. Every month kuna izidumbu ezimbini ezibulawa ngazo izibhamu ebokhulunywa ngazo la. Even last week, even yesterday, there is one. Even amaphoyisa esebenzisa police station yase Greenwood Park abakaze basibuyisele report. There is a lot of case, more than 50 case in 3 years abantu abasashone lapha ngeibhamu akukabuyi nempendulo eyi1 akukaboshwa nomuntu oyi1.
Also, I would like us to look at the whole issue of murder, because where I live, murder is a common occurrence. For example, there are 2 murders almost every month. And you find that we don't get statistics and reports in terms of what really happens insofar as the investigations. Colleagues have raised issues about the murdering of young people and children here. And I also would like to testify that in my area in Greenwood Park, we are faced with a similar situation. And I would like to know what is being done to deal with this matter or to arrest the scourge.
Ngibuye futhi ngiqinisise kuloko kokuthi as a government iyeqinisa ukuthi mangabulawa abantu besifazana nabantu abasha. There is something wrong ngendlela engibona ngayo uma kusho ngaleyo ndlela, because kwawona amadoda aneyinkinga zawo. Sikusolve kanjani ukuthi laba bantu sibabhance ndawonye ngoba indlela esibona ngayo kubulawa ngawo abantu abasha amadoda akhona anenhliziyo eseziphelele umuntu azidedicate ukuthi ngizoyenza into ethile vele ngiyohlala iminyaka emingaka. Sikusolve kanjani ukuthi amadoda siwabuyise nawo njengabanye abantu besifazane nomama sibabeke endaweni one bafundise indlela noba bexabene endlini noba bexabana ekhaya sibe nendlela yokuthi sibasombululwe.
Also on the issue of femicide and the killing of infants or kids, I also have a serious problem because the government is always emphasizing that particular section of society and excluding men. And you find that it's the men who are continuously involved in perpetrating acts of murder. And you'll find that maybe if we are going to group everybody together and say we need to prevent murder in general, we could then avoid a situation where you'll find that men are excluded, and then they also then decide, I'm going to commit this act, be arrested for a number of years, and get it over and done with. Whereas, if there are going to be
interventions, let the men also be put in a position to receive assistance in terms of guiding them to deal with the issues that affect them as well, to prevent these matters from happening.
Okugcina ngizocela ku-intelligence kukhulunyiwe ngabantu bangaphandle. I will mention some place engiyaziyo. Siyacela uhulumende wethu asilungisele udaba labantu bangaphandle. If you go there at Springfield in Peters Road, the whole Peters Road gcwele abantu bangaphandle. And bafika every day with trucks. I-trucks zabo elayisha imoto nabo bangaphakathi kulezo moto every day kanye nezinto abaphuma nazo ngaphandle esingazazi ukuthi yizona na esivumelekile ukuthi size South Africa, singazi noba yizona na ezizobulala izingane zethu. Siyacela lokho ukuthi nize nikubheke niziphe nethuba. Illegal companies ezigcwele eThekwini siyacela ku-intelligence ikulandelele lokho.
Also, lastly, I would like to raise a concern around foreign nationals, particularly if you go to an area called Springfield at Peters Road. That whole road is occupied by foreign nationals, and they come in every day with trucks that transport motor vehicles, and you see them arriving, and you don't know what they are bringing into the country. And also, you would also like to raise the issue of illegal companies which are operating in eThekwini. If intelligence is really serious, we need to be looking into all these issues.
Ngiyabonga. Isicelo enginaso bengizocela ku-intelligence ukuthi sike sihambe siyoyibheka le bill siyibhekisise ukuthi iyavumelana na nathi ngoba mangibuka kungumfula phakathi kwethu kukhona abaphesheya kukhona abangapha ibill ifuna ukuwela. So ukuze ikwazi ukuwela ibill kumele thina sihlangane ikwazi ukuwela.
Also, in closing, I would like to say, I don't know if I would like to, I can support the bill because I believe insofar as the bill is concerned, there seems to be a boundary between us and the intentions of the bill. Maybe if we can build a bridge so that we can all be able to speak in one voice, then maybe we'll support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Asibonge sihlalo ne portfolio committee ya intelligence.
Thank you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee on Intelligence.
Siphinde ke sibingelele bonke abakhona kusho ukuthi sosebenzisa le ukuthi abafundile bayibathi all protocol observed.
Let me greet everybody and use the expression that says all protocols observed.
Mina ngusifiso ngwadlamini. Ngiqhamuka kwi South African National Civic Organization at national level led by President Richard Mtakane, who is currently a parliamentarian, as well as its GS, General Secretary is Lebias Mashile, a former parliamentarian.
Igama lami ke nguSifiso Dlamini, ngimele inhlangano abathi iSANCO kuzwelonke, ngithunywe ke iziphathimandla zenhlangano ukuthi ke ngizomela le nhlangano lapha.
On behalf of iSANCO, umuntu uzobonga nje kakhulu ukuba khona kwekomiti ngoba asikwazi ukuthi sithi umsebenzi awenziwe uba wenziwe umsebenzi ngaba nikho la.
On behalf of SANCO, I would like to thank the committee for being here because it shows that work is being done. Because if work was not being done, the committee will not be here.
Siphinde sibonge futhi nomphakathi ukuba khona kwawo uzosho futhi nezinto oyihluphayo umphakathi ezithinta kakhulukazi ke ezobunhloli.
And also thank the community for being here because they've also taken time to come and voice out their opinions around issues of intelligence.
Bese sicela ke ikomiti ngoba ezinye zezinto ezikuphumile la ziyakhomba ukuthi zithinta kakhulu kazi iservice delivery. Therefore ke ikomiti ngokul understanda kwami ukuthi 1 liya advisor, 2 liya preventer, 3 liyakwazi futhi ukuthi liqinisekise ukuthi libuka overall performances yama departments wonke and ilokhuza ukubonisa kwalo wonke lama department as the actor as a vanguard ya government itself ko wonke ama department because ayikho I department ongathi ayidingi lokhuza intelligence.
Also, I also view the committee as a committee or a structure that plays oversight.
because all departments do need to have an oversight function, and the committee, I think, is there to do exactly that. The issues that have been raised here pertain to service delivery, and I think that's where maybe oversight needs to be exercised a great deal.
And umuntu uyacela ukuthi kakhulukazi ama issues lawa athi service delivery in particular lawa araiswe oza kwethu abaphila nokukhubazeka nabakhubazekile kubalekile ukuthi umnyango oqondene nabo ngoba ukhona baqinisekise ikomiti ke le intelligence kule portfolio committee intelligence ukuthi liyayidlulisa zonke ikhalo so that iministry yakhona iqinisekise ukuthi iyabuya izokwenza izimbizo iyakwazi ukucollecta information ihlale nabo bonke ithole konke ngoba ixazulula zophuma makuthi umnyango oqondene nabo uhlangene nabo lawa abakhubazekile nabaphila nokukhubazeka.
Also on issues of service delivery that pertain to disabled citizens that have been raised here, I also will urge the committee to raise these with the relevant department because I believe that these issues need to be taken care of and it will be a great oversight role played if these issues can be channeled to the relevant departments.
Sengena ke kakhulu ke kuloku okuthinta ezobunhloli.
And now entering into the issues of intelligence.
Ikomiti ke lezomhloli kuwo wonke amakomiti eParliament ku-National Assembly libaleke kakhulu okudlula wonke ama-departments because lona libhekele kakhulukazi ukuvikeleka nokuphepha kwezwe ngaphakathi nangaphandle.
I view the intelligence function within Parliament as a very, very crucial one because it deals with the domestic and foreign security issues.
Okwethu kufanele sikubuke okwethu on behalf of uSANCO iloko ukuthi one siyayiseka ilokhuza ibill eyenziwe ilokhuza ikomiti kuwumsebenzi omkhulu kuthina okwenziwe ikomiti and siphinde sifuthi sigcizelele ukuthi ikomiti kufanele lisebenze ngokukhulu ukukhululeka nangokukhulu nje ukuzethemba ngoba ilona elibalekile eqinisekiseni ukuthi umthetho sisekelo weze lwethu uvikelekile futhi uyahlonishwa izakhamizi zaseNingizimu Afrika.
Also, as SANCO, I would like to say we support the bill and further encourage the committee to do its work without any fear or favor because their role is to ensure that the constitution of the country is protected and that can be done. If that can be done, then the country is also protected.
Omunye umsebenzi omkhulu waleli committee ukuqonda kwami ukuthi libuka yonke into threats ezakhamizi zaseNingizimu Afrika ngaphandle nangaphakathi.
Also, the role of the committee is to identify, or the role of intelligence is also identify foreign and domestic threats to the country.
Ukuze zingaphinde zenzeke izinto bahlonishwa lo ngikusho ngenkulu inhlonipho nangokukhulu ukuyithoba kunini ukuthi ukuze zingenzeki lezi zinto ezenzakalayo asiqiniseni ukuthi siyaqinisa ukulokhuza ukusebenza kwangaphakathi ku-intelligence itself as a structure as well as nama components lawo kuyiwona ama implementers intelligence lapha ngaphandle okwamaphoyisa SAPS intelligence as well as military intelligence because seemingly kubuka ingekho i-synergy and a well coordinated efforts by ilokhuza military intelligence as well as SAPS bese futhi especially uyalapha kuma borders ethu kunomsebenzi ongenziwa kahle ngicabanga ukuthi ikomiti kufanele ithi zoom in khona because lapha ngapha kunama sosha okuyiwona gada ama border but uyabona influx yama foreign nationals angena la angene ngenawo amaphepha base afika own amalokhuza lama flats abenezitolo and so on. I think ilapho kufanele sikwazi ukungena khona. Two,
one of the things that I feel needs to be done also is to ensure that there is synergy between all the security organs of the state, be it the police and also the army, because if you look at the borders, they are porous because there is the army that is deployed there, but it's not really doing what it's supposed to do. Chair, I'm paraphrasing because the speaker took.
Kuphinde kube nelokhuza nje amasosha ekhona nje lapho ukudela ama borders ukungena nokuphuma kwabantu kune home affairs okubukeka imithetho yakhona abasebenzi bakhona bengayilandela. I think now futhi icommittee file ithi zoom in lapho uqinisekisa ukuthi iaccountability iyenzeka lapha kulokhuza lapha kwa home affairs because nakhona I think ngaphakathi mangaphosisi ngathi bakhona khona abadila ne-security ngaphakathi kwa-Home Affairs. I think lapho ngingakwazi ukuthi ingene ilokhuza intelligent committee.
Also, I think the committee needs to look at structures or departments like Home Affairs, because even at Home Affairs, there is a security component that is linked to it, which will then look at the issue of the influx of people who are coming into the country illegally.
Bese ke iqinisekisa ukuthi ilokhuza i-portfolio committee intelligent strengthens its capacity as well as the capacity yalabo kufanele ba-implement, such as yona military ilokhuza intelligence as well as i-SAPS intelligence, because uthola ukuthi bagcina sebengasazi ukuthi ubani owenza ukuthi nini ekwenza kuphi. I think i-accountability ibalekile because inina eniqinisekisayo ukuthi you hold them accountable, and where kufanele kudilwe nabantu through punishment and so on, corrective measures, inina efuna nize short niyakwenza lokho.
Also, I would like the committee to also intensify its efforts in terms of making sure that the intelligence structures, be it the military intelligence or the SAPS intelligence, are fully functional, because it's only the committee that can be able to ensure accountability as well as efficiency of these structures.
Sibonile kuma challenges i-intelligence yethu saseNingizimu Afrika ebhekene nayo, ngabe asinayo i-issue yasephalaphala. I-issue yephalaphala ngaba yikho ngempela ukuba lama structures wonke ayasebenza. Two, i-issue yokuthi kuphume imoto kakhulu ziphume zingena imoto zaseNingizimu Afrika, lokho kushaya umnotho, because i-intelligence iyangena even na ku-economy nje kade beke bashoza kwethu ukuthi umnotho osattractwa unyuke and udala ukuthi isizwe singahlali kahle. Therefore i-intelligence file ingene ibheka ama-challenges abhekene nokuthi labantu sebengenileke la e-countryini sebeyasebenza abanye babo benza imali iphuma kanjani la eSouth Africa ngaphakathi iye ngaphandle kodwa ingadlulanga la kufanele idlule khona ngokomthetho ke waseNingizimu Afrika othile ezimali.
And also an indicator of a dysfunctional or inefficient intelligence is the pala issue, where I believe that could have been prevented had our intelligence services been at the required level. And also the whole issue of the movement in and out of the country, where there you find that this also leads to a number of other problems that affect our economy as a country, of which intelligence has a role to play in terms of protecting the economy of the country for the betterment of the country as a whole.
Kuzoba i-issue yelokhuza le yokuluthwa eyenzekile recently. Kwathola ukuthi sekuyaluthwa izwe liyaluthwa. I-intelligent bekufanele ngempela ikubambeke lokho. I-intelligent structure as well as yamaphoyisa neyamasosha angagcini manje amasosha sekukhona inkombankombane kuthiwa hayi wona amasosha wona amaphoyisa ubani. Kwazi ukuthi umuntu bekufanele enze 1 no 2 no 3 nangu andikudilwe naye, obekufanele enze 1 no 2 3 nangu andikudilwe naye, kungapheli kanjalo ngoba kumanje asazi ukuthi bagcina kunenkombankombane phakathi kwabantu responsible lale minyango. Kodwa kwagcina singezwanga ukuthi kugcine kwenzekeni going forward.
Also, in terms of the July unrest that we experienced in the country, if the military intelligence or all the intelligence structures were functioning optimally, we would have then known who was to be held accountable. But what we saw is that each structure or each cluster was pointing fingers at another structure, and we ended up as citizens not knowing exactly who was responsible or who dropped the ball in terms of executing their duties.
And kubalekile futhi lokhu sengizovala ukuthi asingabheki kuphela ama-issues athinta i-security threat ye-country noma yelokhuza yangaphandle, kodwa asingeneni la kwi-economy intelligence, kwi-social intelligence as well as finances intelligence, because there are challenges as well there, because recently sitholile ukuthi ama-bank kukhona into akade yenza, and ukuba ngempela i-capacity yethu istrengthenekile as intelligent committee ngabe usikwazile ukudila nako lokho sakwazi uhold abantu accountable and so forth.
Sengivala nje bengicela sorry excuse me. In closing, I also would like to raise an issue around also looking at all types of security threats, including the financial security or economic security threats, where we found banks having been colluding with foreign role players, and I think also this should have been picked up by intelligence services.
Okugcina iloko ukuthi ngiyacela i-committee ke review le decision eyathatheka ukuthi i-intelligence lokhu ivele isuke nje as a department iyo placewa under i-presidency, because lokho kuzoneka ukuthi umphakathi ungawathembi ama-decision athathwayo nezinto ezenzakalayo. Kodwa ilokhuza i-intelligence faculty department ikwazi ukuba independent as it was independent isuke e-ofisini likalokhuza likamongameli because makunama-decision athathwayo umthetho noma umphakathi sorry uzokwazi ukublame umongameli noma singekho isidingo on the basis ukuthi i-intelligence ungathi ayisebenzi kanti mayimele nje intelligence ikwazi ukureport as kade reporter previously ngeke zibe khona insolo and izothenjwa ilokhuza i-intelligence committee ukuthi iyakwazi ukusebenza and bese kuthi-ke kokugcina futhi gci nina bahlonishwa esinihloniphayo kakhulu siyacela ukuthi abantu baholdeni accountable kubalekile lokho ilokhuza enje and ne-oversight role ibalekile lokho kuthinta bani akuthinti the whole lokhuza government kuthinta nina as a person kuyiphi ku-intelligence committee ngiyabonga.
Also, I would like to also raise the issue pertaining to the independence of the intelligence cluster, because I heard that it was moved to the presidency, and that for me creates a problem in terms of accountability. I will also urge you as the committee to hold people accountable, because you are the ones who can hold these people accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't think we were doing very well.
Sibonge kakhulu, ngibona ngathi sisebenze kahle kakhulu.
The noise was, every other thing went well except for the noise.
Yonke into ihambe kahle kakhulu ngaphandle komsindo.
I can still hear the noise even as I'm talking.
Namanje ngisawuzwa lo msindo khona basakhulumayo nami ngisakhuluma.
Can I just say that all the inputs that were given here are going to be consolidated into a report?
Ngicela ukusho ukuthi zonke izimvo zenu eniyishilo zizohlanganiswa ziba yiqoqo elizothulwa eParliament.
And there are some of the inputs that don't deal directly with the bill itself.
Khona izinto ebenizisho engakhulumi nomthetho sivivinywa ngqo esize ngawo la.
Some of them, even though they belong to the National Assembly, meaning that different portfolio committees,
Ezinye benzisho noma zilithinta iParliament kodwa zingena kwamanye ama-portfolio committee hayi leli.
some of them belong to the provincial government,
Ezinye zikuhulumeni zingeqondene nohulumeni wesifundazwe.
some to the district and local municipalities,
Abanye omasipala basemakhaya.
but they are all going to be consolidated and they will find their way to the relevant department or level of government.
Kodwa konke nikushilo soqoqa sikwethule kumnyango oqondene ngqo noma kwihulumeni odila nalokho noma obhekelene nalokho.
Yeah, I think on that note, before I close, then maybe some announcement. Those that have got the yellow stickers will remain a bit in the house, except for people with disabilities. They can go to their cars and they will be served there.
Mlabo abanezitika eziyelo ngiyacelakala ukuthi nihlale phansi lapho ninganyakazi uma sesivala umhlangano ngaphandle kulaba abakhubazekile bangaya nje noma imontweni zabo zobalethela ukudla lapho bakhona.
Thank you very much. The meeting is closed.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlangano usuphelile.